you think you've got what it takes, challenge the one in Best of One. You know right where to find me.
We have returned to the CGB Dojo, the Cool Kids Club Dojo.
When you go up against the one in Best of One, it's a tough battle.
I fear no goblin. If I make you feel bad for goblins, I'm doing my job, guys. I like taking that cool thing that the opponent's excited about doing and squashing it.
True villain mode has been activated.
Why won't you die? Never didn't have it. You cry those tears, opponent. The only one in Best of One.
There's only one in Best of One.
Oh my god!
Let the nonsense begin. Hey. Hello. Welcome to the return of the one in Best of One. All that's left of that Florida man imposter from the last, I don't know, 15 days, maybe more. All that's left are these sunglasses. Let me fix that for you right now. Oh! It's good to be home. Good to be back in my... You know, it's good to be recording in a room without the toilet, you know? Wrong sunglasses. It was starting to smell funky. Woo! That's right, Michigan Man. Michigan Man back in effect. Goodness gracious. Music's too loud? Get yourself a hearing aid, Grandpa. Sure told him. How dare people give me feedback on content? How anxious does being a content creator make you? No questions. Not anxious. Not anxious. My God, did Twitch die? I'm looking over at the Twitch chat. It's like, is anybody in there? They don't even complete their burn game. What happened to Twitch? Twitch just exploded while I was gone or something. I don't know, man. Unbelievable. That's what happens if I take 2 weeks off of streaming on Twitch, the magic category. End times on Twitch. YouTube will pull ahead. YouTube is leading today. It's not even close. YouTube is smashing the competition. Smashing the competition. Somebody Somebody make that like a soundbite or something. I was just trying to pull up my analytics. Yeah, man, Twitch has had some hard times. They changed the way that Prime pays out. You guys hear about this? Almost certain to be less money for most creators. It now pays a flat rate based on where in the world you are when you renew it. Crazy. Crazy. Guys, you know it's bad when Pokimane streams on YouTube. But it's happening. It's happening. Crazy, right? End times. Hey, is what it is, baby. Magic the Gathering, we live in our own little bubble. We don't know what other games are. We don't know what other creators are, you know? Real talk, isn't more platform competition better for you guys? Better deals, better prices. You'd think so. You'd think so, but actually it's been the opposite. Payouts have gone down. The Twitch programs have become more restrictive. The 70-30 split applies to less people. Exclusive deals have all but dried up in the last year. No, it's been the opposite. It's been worse. From my angle, ad metrics have gone down, ad revenue has gone down, sponsorship offers gone down. It looks tough out there. Now I've got it good. I'm a lucky guy. Things are mostly working in my favor, which is pretty wild considering. I feel I hope for good things for my content creating brother and sisters. Are we wearing these glasses today? Is this a Covert Go nerd day? We got a lot of cards to read and I'm a little concerned about my eyeballs. Are you cool with LVD? I'm supposed to just say yes, right? But therein lies the conflict. You see, for content purposes, it's in my best interest to not directly answer the question. At least. Wait and see. We'll see how cool we really are. Oh God. Man, it is cold back in Michigan, but it is nice to be home. You know? Just feels good to be home after a long time. Good to be home. No more pillows. Huh? I mean, I got my wall pillows. Hi. So much. Be my friend. You never let me down. $2, you're gonna miss the bathroom. Turbulence. I promise The bathroom hasn't gone very far away. It's right across the hall. We don't have to record in a bathroom, do we? I just watched the hot tub video. Now he looks like Vector from Despicable Me. Is that true? I don't even know. Who is that? Vector from Despicable Me. The hell is this? I don't see it. I don't see it. Same face. Nope, 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 nope. Don't see it. Don't see it. Absolutely not. Covert go orange. Let me see if I can find some different frames. Oh, look, I look nothing like them. You guys just have a thing for glasses. All right, guys. The set's been revealed. Oh, thank you, Dylan, for the $1. I appreciate that, Dylan. You're cool. Do you think the new Commander decks are worth it? No questions. I hope so. They're sitting over there on a shelf. I don't know what you want. Command Zone has really good podcasts that break down all the different ways that the deck might be, quote, worth it. I don't know what you want. I just want some cards, man. I don't ask for much. I collect all kinds of sets that people are like, that's bad value. And I'm like, it's Magic. I don't care. Take my money. When does the new set drop? If you're talking about Arena, the answer is Tuesday. All right. Stop staring at my screen for a minute. I gotta close some tabs. At least I gotta have some separate tabs so I can manage my content. It's a cringy thing to say. Did you visit the pre-release? I did. I walked in. I picked up my collector booster boxes. I walked out. Didn't say shit to anyone. That's how I pre-release. Said, you're welcome. Support your LGS. Throw your money down and get out. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't play limited. I also don't have time, man. I literally don't have time. I have to come. This is what the new card life is like for me. I have to come straight home. I have to open the packs. I have to sort them. I have to figure out what rares and mythics I have, what I'm still missing, and then it's right to work on decks for the worst possible commander show. Like, I've got to get right to it. In fact, that might be something that we have to work on a little bit today, if I have time, because I've also got to get the set review done. So, set review. Get to work. Am I over here? Or am I over here? This feels so much more comfortable. All right. In that case, you gotta go over here. What the hell is this? Nobody wants chat on the screen in this form. How do we get rid of you? Covered. But we'll do this. Let's get a look with a card on the screen, shall we? What do you think? I think it needs to be over here. But I don't want this chat. This chat's gotta go. But I gotta see chat. Oh God, it's a catch-22. How am I supposed to get chat off my screen and see chat? I know, let's move the display. There we go. There we go. Something like there. Is that enough? That's enough. Boom. Getting warmer. Getting warmer. I am a professional. It is my job. Just enough? Ka-ching. What do you think? We got a hitter? I think it's good. Eddie, you gifted a Cool Kids Club membership on YouTube. Eddie, wow. Thank you. You're cool. All right. I want to try something different. I want to try, instead of just reading every card and talking about every card, I want the goal of today's work is a YouTube video that can be edited down to a reasonable length that hits the very best standard cards. This means that what I want to do is for each card, first of all, we determine what is or is not a standard card. You're going to help. And then we're going to only talk about the standard cards in their own kind of separate thing. We'll also make a separate pile for commander cards and a separate pile for limited cards. This is going to take a long time. If any of you would prefer to go watch the completed video when it comes out, that's a thing that's going to happen. I want you guys to take mental note of that there's going to be a completed video that's much shorter and easier to consume on YouTube in the near future, okay? I want you guys to know that because people are going to come in this stream every 5 minutes for the rest of my day being like, is this going to be on YouTube? And I'm not going to answer them because no questions. But some of you might feel helpful and you might want to just let them know. Because if all I do is answer that question, we'll be breaking up the video every 5 minutes. Maybe pin a comment. You know who reads pinned comments? No one. Absolutely no one. Pew Pew Le Spew, thank you for the sub on Prime on Twitch. You're cool. No one. All right. One thing at a time. So right now we're going to throw them in buckets. This part of the stream is not meant to be a set review. I am reading cards and deciding where it goes. If you want to chime in, go ahead. So I'm not going to read all of them slow and out loud like I'm reading in a video, because that's going to wear me out before we make the video. Make sense? So I'm just looking over this card I'm trying to figure out where it goes. Well, right away, we got a weird one. 5 colors among permanents you control. That's limited. All right, so I'm gonna have a tab over here that I just throw things into. We're limited. All right. This thing, that's limited. If I do that, does that go there? The heck? I just want to go like this and leave it there. Is that going to do? Oh, it doesn't like that. All right. All right. We're developing the system. I'm going to master the system. Don't you worry. There. Limited. How about you? Thank you, Jesse, for the 199. Miss you in Dallas. Hope you'll be back soon. We will see. Assemble the players. Nope. The top of the deck is a lie. The top of the deck. Repeat it. Guys, understand this. The top of the deck is always a lie. Aurelia's Vindicator. 2 white. Angel 4/2. Disguise. Let's turn face up. XL. Yeah. I don't know if it goes in anything. That's the weird part of it. It's got a lot of stats, but I don't know if it goes anywhere. Let's look at these. More limited. It's limited. Call surprise witness. I mean, this isn't as good as recommission for the deck that plays that card. Whenever you solve a case, look at top 6. You may reveal an enchantment. Case of the Gateway Express. Ooh, text. Choose target creature you don't control. Each creature you control deals 1 damage. To solve, 3 or more creatures attacked this turn. Ooh. Do we have our first standard card? Might have our first standard card there. Let's leave it in our standard pile for the time being. You go in the cool kids club pile. We'll put that over here. All right. You control 3 or more detectives. There's no way. There's no way detectives is a thing, right? Case of then eat and feast, gain life. Oh, life game players love it, but nah. Phantom, nope. Definitely limited. Ooh, who dis? Streetwise Lookout, 2 and a white, 2/2, Human Scout. Creatures you control with power 2 or less can't be blocked by creature with power 3 or greater. The ability of a creature you control with power 2 or less triggers an additional time. I have to cover this for standard, whether I think it's good or not, right? Right? Gotta. Like, people are too hyped about this card. Look at the pre-order price on this mofo. Look at that pre-order price. Do I have one of these? I might have one of these. I think I do. Nice. All right. You go in the little sandbox. Wow. I guess we have to talk about a Flash Hushbringer, although it's kind of questionable what you actually do with it. Like where you play it. Is this limited? This is limited. This limited. I see disguise. I see 110. No way, right? I see a 1 mana 1/1 cat. Okay. I see a 4 mana 3/2 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, attacks, put a counter on a creature using power 2 or less. Why do I keep on grabbing the image? Because I'm bad at my job. Thank you, me. Thank you, me, for answering the question. Something make detective. What the hell is this? What is this? Doorkeeper shuts the door on bowmasters. Does it though? No questions. I love you guys. Makes 2 dogs. It makes 2 dogs, you guys. Food equipment. Who here equips their food? Anybody? Show of hands. There's no way this is good though, right? There's no way this is good. Nope. Nope. 2 mana 2/2. When another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield, this nope. Schnoop. Thank you, Malcors, for the 3 months with Prime. I appreciate you over there on Twitch, keeping the Twitch vibes alive. Four mana 3/2. 2 mana 2/2. No witnesses. 2 white sorcery. Each player who controls the most creatures investigates, then destroy. Oh, it's the Wrath. Kaboom! No witnesses equals no questions. Is there any art that stands out? What? We don't care about art. We're looking. We are observing through the spiky lens. Not on my watch. I mean, that's like gonna see some play. We might have to have like a staple tier and actually going to do something to the meta tier. You know what I mean? Because it's not exciting to review another removal spell that is the tiniest bit better than some other removal spells in some situations. This is Thraben Inspector 2.0. Definitely an option for human decks, clue decks, if such a thing exists. That's a limited card. What are you? 2 mana, 1/1 flying lifelink. Whenever another detective enters the battlefield, whenever turn face up, end of turn. Wall. Nope. My God. Look at the sheer quantity of like cards in this. Look at the tabs already open over here. That's just for my limited cards for white so far. Seasoned Croissant. Nope. Seasoned consultant, my bad. 10th District Hero. 2 mana, 2/3, collect evidence 2, becomes a 4/4 Vigi. 3 mana, collect evidence 4, becomes a 5/5. Other creatures have indestructible. Eh? Is that good? It feels like this would have been good if there had been rotation. Now it feels like, I don't know, like if you sink your mana into one threat like this, you get punished. I mean, it can attack, it can potentially attack as a 4/4 on turn 3. But you gotta have stuff in graveyard. I don't know if that's reasonable. Conditions suck. Should I review it just to point out that conditions suck? Nah, let's just throw it in limited, stick to our guns. Unyielding Gatekeeper. 3/2 Disguise. Exile another target non-land permanent. If you controlled it, return to the battlefield tapped. Otherwise, its controller creates a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. This one I'm not sure. I'm not sure. If there's something worth playing a 3 mana 2/2, it might be this. I think we review it just to review it. The fact that I have to stop and think about it that much says we review it. All right. Wojak Investigator. 3 mana, 2/4 flying vigilance. At the beginning of your upkeep, investigate once for each opponent. Commander! Let's make a section for commander cards. Gonna just hide them over here. Wrench. My God, limited. Agency Outfitter. Limited. Behind the Mask. Collect evidence 6. Six is so much. Criminology. 5 mana, 4/5. Yep. Okay. Yep. Off to a banger start over here in blue. Let's go. It's going to be a very manageable list once we get it cut down, though. We're doing the thing. Bubble Smuggler. This is what the criminal enterprise is in the future of Ravnica. Halo died for this. What do you do? Investigate to solve 3 or more artifacts. Solve, sack it, make a thing a 4/4 flying bird. I might play that in like Emery, but there's no way that's a standard card, is it? Instant and sorcery cost 1 less. Cast 4 or more instant or sorcery. Whenever you cast instant or sorcery, draw a card. Nope. Nope. It dies. Investigate. Nope. Conspiracy Unraveler. 7 mana, 6/6 flying sphinx. You may collect evidence 10 rather than pay the mana cost for spells that you cast. Commander. That's Commander, right? That's got to be Commander. It would be actually good if you could collect evidence 10 instead of paying its mana cost. Coveted Falcon. Bird is the word. 1 blue, 1/4 flying bird. Gain control of a permanent you own, but don't control. Disguise. When it's turned face up, target opponents gain control of any number of permanents you control. Draw a card for each one they gain control of. What? What? Hey, Right Justice, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. We are categorizing. We're not reviewing. There's no way this is good, is it? This is like another commander card. As addition to cast, you may collect evidence 6. Tap a creature and stun it. For collect evidence 6? Cryptic Coat. This one I'm kind of not sure about. 2 and a blue. Cloak the top card of your library. Equip creature gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked. Return it to owner's hand. So the fact that you can bounce this whenever you have the spare mana, then play it again to cloak more stuff. Kind of interesting. It's just slow. It's not bad value. It's slow. I think it's too slow for standard. Unfortunate. And there's no other way to equip it. I think if it had like equip 4 or something, you know, equip any amount, equip 1 preferably, it would be better. All right. This one I'm definitely not sure about. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1, and whenever this deals combat damage to a player, investigate. I mean, it's no Curious Obsession. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Thanks for the support, Titan Lord. Appreciate that. I guess we have combat research, and this is worse than combat research. I just have this weird feeling someday that, like, you know, making that many clues can be a good thing. But yeah, you're probably right. Deduce. It's like think twice. Too slow. Dramatic accusation. Definitely limited. Eliminate the impossible. Seems very, very limited. Exit specialist. 2/1. Can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. Disguise. Face up. Return. Yeah. Guys, I am a morph hater. Never liked it. Never liked it. My eyes just glaze over when somebody plays one. Eyes glaze over when I read it. So I might have a blind spot when it comes to morphs. We'll see. +1/+0 and flying on an aura that has flash that can give hexproof. It's not a bad card. I just don't think it's not going to make it in this standard, right? That's asking too much. It's just asking too much. It'll be great. It'll be great in some Voltron-y brawl deck. Put in Ivy. So this one I'm torn about. This is the one that in Commander goes infinite with Basalt Monolith. Are there going to be combos, or is it going to be worth it in Standard? And I'm not sure. This one I'm really not sure. I'm gonna put it in the Commander section. Untap another permanent, collect evidence, tap a creature you don't control. Nope. Nope. And Hotshot Investigators. Nope. All right. Intrude on the Mind. We've got to cover this one. New fact or fiction, gamers. Gotta cover it. No choice. It's a blue card, draw card. And I'm me. All right, this card, nope. And you. Dude, I don't know. I don't know. Can protect your stuff, can stun the opponent's stuff. Seems way too expensive, though. Way too expensive. I don't think so, man. I just don't see it. It's not the kind of card that makes it, you know? If you would draw a card while your card has while your library has no cards, skip that draw. As long as there are no cards in your library, this is a 10-10 with flying and vigilance. I mean, it's limited, but it's interesting limited, right? Mistway Spy, Disguise, something, Investigate. It's too bad it's only when it's turned face up, because 1/1 flyers are kind of getting some life in this standard, but I don't think this will. Prof's eidetic memory? Is this nice? Eidetic? Is this nice? You don't want... See, the place where I think you want it is Rafine. But then when you think about it, you don't want to play this in Rafine. You want a creature at that cost. Yeah, I don't see it, man. I don't see it. Commander. Biggest commander. You know? Nope. Reasonable doubt, counter. It's another quench, guys. How many quenches does the world need? That said, it's really good in the toxic deck. I think that this will go in the standard section, but in that staple section where we review like cards that are slight upgrades in like the removal and counterspell suite, because there's some places that are going to run it, you know? Reenact the crime. 1, boo, 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 instant. Put there from anywhere, copy it. Two situational, probably. What are you? 2/2 flying vigilance. When enters the battlefield, draw 2, then discard 2 unless you discard an instant or sorcery or a creature with flying. I mean, that is potential card advantage, but at 3 mana, that's too slow, right? Hello, Pele, thank you for the prime over there on Twitch. Keeping Twitch alive. Yeah, I don't think this is it. This ain't it. Sudden setback. Instant. Owner of target spell or non-land permanent puts on the top or bottom. Got some divide by zero vibes. But it's too expensive, right? Too expensive. Collect evidence 4. It's like a hill giant. Yeah. The bounce spell of the set. Yep. Agency thingy. Sacrifice another creature, draw a card. If you sacrifice with suspected, draw 2. Too expensive. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So much limited. So much limited, you guys. Barbed Servitor. 1/1 indestructible, enters the battlefield suspected. It has menace and can't block. It deals combat damage to a player if you draw a card and you lose 1 life. That's a slow Phyrexian Arena. Whenever it's dealt damage, target opponent loses that much life. But how does dealing damage to it, I guess, is they block with 2 creatures? This isn't Toski. Toski gives that ability to all your creatures. This is just this thing, right? Can you get it unsuspected? Well, in limited, yes. In constructed, you can play terrible cards in your deck. That's a bad idea. This is, I think, a commander card. Limited. Gorgon's Kiss. Limited. Stash Skeleton. Oh? Really? Really? Wow. I guess we have to talk about that one. You're going on the list. It's like flexible mind rot / coercion. Some people will really value that flexibility, but I don't think it makes it good enough. Suspect one other target creature you control. Whenever 1 or more suspected creatures you control attack, surveil. I actually think this isn't bad, but it's not good. Not good enough, you know. Deadly cover up. Oh, this, I've seen this. This is the Wrath. We have to talk about it. The Wrath must be discussed as a standard card. Extract the confession. Collect evidence 6. Each opponent sacks a creature. If evidence was collected, each opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power. Not in standard, right? Nah. It's asking a bit too much. Fester Leech. Isn't this card good? 1 black, 1/1. Deals combat, mill 2. This gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only once each turn. Like, the threat to activate this means it's going to get in most of the time. So if you have any value in having a graveyard, which a lot of things do now, this card's pretty good, right? And it is a zombie. It's a useful type. We gotta talk about it. Homicide Investigator. Whenever 1 or more non-token creatures you control die, investigate. Triggers only once each turn. Not high impact enough, right? The value's fine, but it's not high impact enough. Hunted rather, Bone Brute. That is a 3-mana 6/2 menace. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent creates 2/1/1 dog tokens. So that's incentive to play it face down. When it dies, each opponent loses 3 life. That's a vicious card, right? So much. So you gotta turn 3 play this face down, and then turn 4 you flip it up and play something else instead of playing your Shieldred or your Arcfiend. That still might be better. Like, this still might be better than that. It's also another card that does the fight rigging thing. We gotta talk about it. Illicit Masquerade, 3 black enchantment flash, enters the battlefield, imposter counter on each creature you control. Whenever a creature you control with an imposter counter dies, exile it. Return up to 1 other target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Huh. So the idea is you spent your first several turns getting crap in, like, good stuff in the graveyard and crap on the board. And then you play this, like, maybe after chump blocking or in response to a removal spell, and you turn your crap on the board into cool stuff from the graveyard. That's too much setup, right? That's way too much setup. Reply for a board wipe? You have to have good creatures in your graveyard, or this doesn't even do anything when they board wipe. It also doesn't do anything if they exile board wipe. Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible in Standard. I think. I don't even think I'd play it in Commander. Matthew, thank you for the tier 1 on Twitch. I appreciate you. You were cool. Doesn't add up. Yay, another 5-mana reanimate spell. It's Sugu and Kairi. Can't wait. Lead Pipe. Leering Onlooker. Not the worst value I've ever seen, but still too chonky, too expensive for Standard. Long goodbye. I guess we talk about that one. Two less if graveyard return up to 2. Nope. Murder. Nice art, but nope. Night Drinker Mori. Cool art here as well. But nope. Massacre Girl. Commander. I don't think we're gonna be withering in Standard anytime soon. Format's too fast, man. Wow. It's a Brain Geyser from the opponent's deck in black. It's so bad, it's good. Like, who wouldn't want to try this as a win con? Who wouldn't try this as a win con? We're gonna have to cover it. Persuasive interrogators. That's way too expensive to be a standard card. Holograph orb, same thing. Presumed dead, definitely not. Oh my goodness. Nope. 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 Good row, good row. Those stupid bats and gicks, right? Oh, we gotta talk about that one. Soul Enervation? Creature cards leave your graveyard. This seems like a Conrad card in Commander. That's what I'm thinking. Lifelink and Death Touch Investigate. That's a lot for 1 mana for a combat trick, but it's still a combat trick. There's a battlefield. You may sacrifice artifact or creature, exile target creature an opponent controls. Still too expensive. Another one? A DJ Khaled of discard spells. God, do we have to have 1 million of this? Is it truly necessary? Hold on for a second. Check something. Blink if you are hostage. I'm not hostage, you hostage. Vein Ripper, 3 black vampire assassin, 6/5 flying ward, sack a creature. Whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. A creature. As a big blood artist. Dude, it's gotta be... That's gotta be Commander, yeah? Inzrag's Rampage. Oh god, we'll get to that. 3 red sorcery. Destroy all artifacts you don't control. Exile top X, where X is number of artifacts that are put in the graveyard from battlefield. You may put a creature card exiled on the battlefield. Gain haste. Return to... Commander? Commander likes artifacts a lot. Clan Basher, 3/2 double strike, trample, disguise. Nope. Don't think so. Three damage to a creature an opponent controls. 3 or more sources you control dealt damage this turn. So if you go 1-drop, 2-drop, play this, kill a creature, attack with 2 things, it works. The solved is sack this, exile the top 3. You may choose 1 and play it? Oh, I thought you were going to get to play all 3 if you could. Weak. And this enters the battlefield. Discard a card, then draw 2. To solve, have no cards. At the beginning of your upkeep, discard your hand and draw 2. This is like slow over time value. I don't think Magic works that way anymore. I really don't. Can't be countered. Wow. No, that's a lot of limited red cards. That's a lot of limited. This is Potatoes. Thank you very much for joining the Cool Kids Club. You're cool. Limited. Wow, we are on a hot streak. When it enters the battlefield, suspect creature, it gets +1/+1. So it's 1 red mana for +1/+1 and menace and can't block. I am not great at rates on auras. I feel like that's not good enough. Nope. It's a rare here. Whenever a creature you control attacks, exile top card face down, discard your hand, put all cards. Okay, so this turns whatever attacks into everything you attack is a Bomat Courier. Huh. Still, you don't want to put mana into that. I feel like this style of red deck doesn't exist anymore. You know, the kind that like after sideboard they have these cards and they pile up some value and you wrath them and then they rebuild and they grind you out anyway. I don't feel like that's how red decks work anymore. Yeah, I don't see it, man. It doesn't feel like that type of Magic is alive and well in 2024. Commander? $5 uncommon, let's go. Never you sacrifice an artifact. I mean, maybe Anvil, but I think it's too expensive for Anvil. I think it's Commander. Think there's going to be a combo with it? Possible. I think this goes in that staples section of like cards that will get play, but they don't make or break a deck. They are just slight upgrades in certain situations over other cards. Whenever a creature is dealt damage, its controller may exile that many cards from the top of their library. They may play those cards until the end of their next turn. This goes both ways? Right? So you lightning strike their creature, they're the one who gets cards to play? It's any kind of damage. I don't know, man. This seems like a trap. I mean, there's plenty of situations where your opponents don't use anything damage based. And if you're just talking about like blocking, they get the benefit too, right? Because in combat, both things hit each other. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't even think it's a commander card. I think it's just a weird card. Was it a $5 card? I would say, yeah, let's put it in the commander category because even though I don't even think it's good in commander, it's a chaos card, and chaos cards is kind of its own section of commander where they'll get played even if they don't make a lot of sense. Maybe there's a combo with it that I don't know, but it is a May, so it's like you can't mill people out. Coexist. Hey, yeah, it's been a minute. You're from way back in the day. Expose the culprit. Turn target face down creature face up. Exile any number of face up creatures you control with disguise in a face down pile. See no reason to make me believe that disguise is gonna happen in 60 card. +2/+0 haste. When it dies, make a detective. It's not terrible, but it's, I mean, it's no monstrous rage. There's only room for so much like pump spells. Scapegoat. 1 mana 1/1 haste. When it enters the battlefield, suspect it, so it's 1/1 menace haste. Whenever one or more other creatures enter the battlefield, if it's suspected, you may suspect one of the other creatures. So 1/1 menace haste that potentially gives menace in the future to something else to get more damage through. This might not suck. The image alone is something. I mean, menace is a lot of damage, man. Menace adds up. Menace can be a lot of free damage. The question is, like, is it going to make it in just like mono red? Like, what does it replace? Phoenix Chick? That has flying. Taylor Swift on a card? Right. Sure, that's what that is. I mean, handing out the menace will probably get some damage through. That is not bad. The question is, like, can you just do better, right? What if you just already play your 3 mana card that already has evasion, like Godric, and then you don't have to play a 1 mana card that loses evasion later or something? What are our 1-drops? Kamano. It's not better than Kamano. Swift Spear. It's not better than Swift Spear. Is it better than Phoenix Chick? Probably not. But Phoenix Chick isn't even that good, you know? And yeah, if you have this later in the game, it's a lot worse. All right. I've talked myself into not being into this card. 2/1 Prowess Haste. Cost is reduced by 1 for each instant or sorcery card in your graveyard. When it's turned face up, discard your hand and draw 3. Is this a disguise card that's good? But man, you do need a good number of, you do need some spells in your graveyard. If you want to ignore the disguise part, you do have 2 mana for a 2/1 prowess haste. I mean, there are plenty of worlds where that's better than a bloodthirsty adversary. Better than a charm scoundrel. It's not absurd to say it's a little better than those cards in several situations. I think that means we gotta talk about it. Bum, bum, bum. Don't hold back. Galvanize. Unfortunately, limited card. Because I would love to do the dun 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 dun. Gearbane Orangutan. 2 in a red, 2/2 reach. Reach? Enters the battlefield, destroy an artifact or sack an artifact for 2 counters. Back in the day, this would have been good. Now it's just limited. It is a good common. It's still a common. What it gonna do? Blow up a treasure token? What are you doing? What are you doing? I wish it were as good as it reads, but that's my boomer side. This art is sweet. Face down spells cost 1 less to cast. 1 mana, 1/2 goblin. Still don't think it's good. Drone Smith, 1/1 Thopter, gains haste, sack it. Incinerator of the Guilty. Dang, they harsh up there in Ravnica, baby. Dracaris. We got a dragon, 6 mana, 6/6 flying trample. Does not have haste. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may collect evidence X. When you do, this deals X damage to each creature and each planeswalker that players control. That's a good trigger. But that ain't haste. That is sweet art. That is not haste. Commander. Bystander, nope. Knife, Franco's Buzz Crusher. Flying Trample Insect Thopter rare. When it enters the battlefield for each player, destroy up to 1 non-basic land that player controls. For each land destroyed, its controller may search for a basic, put on the battlefield, tapped, and shuffle. Commander. But pretty cool card for Commander. You can check Gaia's Cradle players and Glacial Chasms without having to make weird deck building concessions. Krenko. 3 mana, 3/3 haste. Sack an artifact, put a counter on each goblin you can control. Whenever an artifact is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you may pay red. If you do, create a 1/1 red goblin token. It gains haste. Yeah, the part where you have to pay for the goblin really hurts. Otherwise, it would almost be worth it in an anvil type deck, right? Seems like a commander card. Pretty good with treasures. Pretty good card with treasures. Lamplight. When it dies, you may exile it and collect evidence 4. If you do, return it to the battlefield tapped. Doesn't even have haste. It's just another silly phoenix, another silly bird. There's the battlefield, turn face up, target creature gets rah, rah, rah. 2 mana 3/2, disguise red. Baishino Assassin. When Pyrotechnic Performer or another creature is turned face up, that creature deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. I mean, that is a pretty cheap flip. It's 4 mana for a 3/2 body, deal 3 damage to each opponent, and potentially other things dealing damage to each opponent. And on its own, it's a 2 mana 3/2. No, it's a disguise payoff. I just can't see it, man. It fills curve on 2, 3, and 4 in theory. Yes, you did something. You didn't do nothing. But at least standard for like best of 1, it's not about doing something. You have to do something good. Combos with itself, not really. If you play it on 2, it doesn't combo with itself. If you play it on 3 and the board gets wiped before you flip it, it doesn't combo with itself. I mean, as far as like a disguise card, it's not terrible. It's just, is there enough? There's the other disguise card that draws. That's also a 2 mana card. On turn 2, you probably play that instead of this, right? You get damage in right away. You have a prowess creature in the future. There's no way this is better than the other red cards that we can play. Like, what red deck wants to be doing this instead of insert 2/2 for 2 haste? Who needs synergy when you just kill them? Metal Milzia, thank you for the prime. Drop disguise turn 1. I don't think you know how the card works. Oh, wait. You're telling me if I can play my 2/2 ward 2 for 1 mana? Oh, that's way better. Wow, that makes it so good. No, you can't. You got to pay 3 mana. It's just 1 mana to turn it up. Yeah, Dark Ritual, easy. Limited. I don't believe, man. I'm not a believer. The main thing is just do other red stuff instead. Like, look at this card, right? 1 in red for an 0/3. When it attacks, you may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. If you do, draw a card and you get +2/+0 until end of turn. I still don't know if this one is standard playable, but it's very interesting. Like, sack an artifact to draw a card? Could, like, anything with, like, tokens, like really silly little tokens, blood tokens. You know, this card's pretty good. Map tokens, sure. I'm still not sure this is good, but I like it better than the last one. But of course it says draw a card on it. Yeah, even the rummage isn't terrible. It is annoying that's an 0/3 though. Also, 2 mana for a 2/3 isn't busted on its own, but it's cool. And it does work with clues. I think it's all right. Now this card. 2 mana, 2/2 haste, artifact creature Cluefish. Attacks each combat if able, sack it to draw a card. I mean that seems a little better than a Charmed Scoundrel. It's immune to Goat for the throat. It's a Cluefish, exactly. I mean, the mono red deck just wants a 2 mana 2/2 haste, and then it's figuring out what has the most upside. The Bloodthirsty Adversary has good upside. This is a common. I mean, especially if you're looking at budget stuff. Don't craft Bloodthirsty Adversary, just beat him down with this card. Isn't this better than Bloodthirsty Adversary a lot of the time? Like 80% of the time? Because how often do they actually kick the Bloodthirsty Adversary? I bet it's like less, like 1 in 5 or less. The rest of the time, this is just better. It's immune to Go for the throat. And if the opponent goes to wrath the board, kill it, sweep it, you sack it and you draw. Or if you're just trying to draw the burn for the finish, the opponent blocks it or points removal at it and you sack it and draw. I mean, no question, it's awkward if you're sending it to its death, but doesn't mono red just, like, how often is mono red like, here's a creature I'm not attacking? Very rare. Like, and if it is, they're kind of losing, right? Plus, this lets you play around the bluff. If you attack with a Bloodthirsty Adversary into a 2/3, they know you have Monstrous Rage. If you attack with this into a 2/3, they don't know if you have it or not. It's legitimately good with the bluff because you have to attack with it. I think we have to, I think we cover the red herring. For one thing, it's funny. Why would you play this when you can play Feldon? Because Feldon is legendary, ya clown. Anyway, shock. Very shocking. Four damage to target creature. Torch the Witness. Twice X to target creature. If excess damage was dealt, there's a way to investigate. If an opponent sacrifices an artifact, 2 damage. Commander. Aftermath Analyst. 2 mana, 1/3, mill 3. Sacrifice it for 4. Return all lands from graveyard to battlefield tapped. Or commander, I think. Airtight Alibi. It's too expensive. Analyze the pollen. Collect evidence 8. Search. Collect evidence 8 is a lot, right? Doesn't it feel like a lot? And it's a creature or land. I don't know, man. I guess it is good with, like, you channel the herd migration, right? And then you don't need much to use this to go fetch a Traxa. Haha, the charm. Let's go. Mono green Poggies. I love that that's a cycle. Audience with Tristani. Create an 0-1 plant creature token, then draw cards equal to the number of differently named creature tokens you control. Differently named creature tokens. Differently named creature tokens. I don't know, man. Why doesn't it put dark mode on this page, I wonder? Weird. 4/4 Death Touch Haste. Ward, collect evidence 4. Amazonian. That was 420 when I clicked it. The disappointing and unsatisfactory and just straight up unpleasing raid of 419. Find the deserter. All them to court. We must seek justice. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. We are doing kind of a set review. We're preparing the set review. The goal of the stream is to make a set review video. So we are separating the cards into boxes, limited, commander, and standard. So that is why you might not hear in-depth analysis of each card right now. We're just putting them in boxes. Then we do the video. It's prep for the video. It's the video before the video. Obviously, it's all entertaining. So yeah, watch it all. Hope you're doing well, Amy. Thank you for the raid. All right. Axebane Ferrix. Ward collect evidence 4 is... I mean, doesn't that seem pretty nasty? They don't want to trade with it. It's very interesting. This is like the evidence counterpoint, right? They have to get stuff in the graveyard. So, look, one thing I find interesting in the reviews right now in the chat, there are two ways to look at collect evidence. A lot of people are like, "Ooh, it's collect evidence cards aren't good. It's really hard, you know, to get the stuff in the graveyard and makes your cards inconsistent." If you're right, this card is good, right? Because the ward is to do that, which is not good and inconsistent. On the other hand, there's the crew that's like, yeah, filling your graveyard isn't so hard, and these cards are powerful. If that group is right, this card's not very good. But you can't have it both ways, guys. You can't be like, collect evidence cards are lame because it's hard to fill the graveyard, and this card's bad. Like, it goes one way or the other. Are there easy ways to give it trample? This in Audacity is nasty, right? It's a nasty ward, man. It's a nasty ward, I think. I think it's a scary ward. It's not to mention that, like, even if the opponent is filling their graveyard, it doesn't mean they want to use it on the ward for this. If they have to exile the cards from their graveyard to deal with this, maybe their other graveyard synergy stuff doesn't work. Yeah, Monstrous Rage. Yep, that's another really easy way to give this thing trample. If it didn't have haste, I think it would suck. I think it's probably good. I'm gonna put it in good pile. We talked enough about it. That is limited. Jay Sang, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate you. You're going to review the Precon Commander decks? Probably not. If it's not on Arena, it doesn't make a lot of sense to review for me, because most of my audience watches Arena. When the case enters a battlefield, 2 counters among 1 or 2 creatures. Total power 8 or greater. Yeah, that ain't it. That ain't the case. People were excited about this one. You may play an additional land. Solve 7 or more lands. You may look at the top card of your library anytime, play lands and cast creatures and enchantments from the top. So that's a lot of things you can play from the top. But I mean, this is a card that requires you to go pretty late into the game, and I always like to say the top of your deck is a lie. So I think people enjoy this type of card, but I don't even think this is a good version of that card. Whenever 1 or more creature cards leave your graveyard. Leave your graveyard. 4 mana enchantment? Nope. Look, not many cards are good in standard. It's a lot of nope to get to the goodies. It's a lot of limited stuff. It's +1/+1 for each forest you control. When it's turn face up, search your library for 2 forests, reveal them. 1 of them on the battlefield. Ugh, 5 mana? Nope. Overt Ambusher, 4/5, enters the battlefield, turn face up. Nope. Get a leg up. 1 Widow Green. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control and gains reach. I remember a card called Might of the Masses. It had moments. But I don't see it in standard right now. Greenbelt Radical, 4/4 for 4. Disguise when it's turned face up, put a counter on each creature you control, they gain trample. That's so expensive though. Definitely a good limited card. Hard hitting question. No questions. 1 green, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to a creature or planeswalker you don't control. Okay, so this is Prey Upon but better, right? Prey Upon was fight. This is a bite for 1 mana that can go to a creature or a planeswalker. And that is a pretty amazing little bite. It's no Blizzard Brawl, but it's so cheap. But not an instant, it's true. Not an instant. If this is playable though, it's trying to make up for the fact that green's cards kind of suck. However, this does seem really good with the 4/4 Death Touch haste that we talked about. And if we sneak more Death Touch into green decks, it gets better. I think we'll add it. So there's kind of a sub pool of the standard category where it's like removal cards. They're just a little bit better than other removal cards. They don't change the format. They just affect what removal gets played. This is a reprint, right? 5 mana reach. Enters a battlefield, distribute 3 counters. I guess it's not. It's not what I thought it was. I think there's something with a similar name. Still limited. Still limited. Edge Whisperer. Block the evidence 4. Target land becomes a 5/5 plant pour. Nope. Hidden in plain sight. Look at top 5. Cloak 2. The rest on the bottom of your library. A collective company that always hits a pair of 2/2s with ward 2. At sorcery speed, no. At instant speed, maybe. If only it were an instant. Yeah. There's the battlefield. Investigate. Can you draw your second card? Nope. Enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 human, a 1/1 merfolk, a 1/1 goblin, then secretly choose human, merfolk, or goblin. Sack it. Reveal the chosen creature type. If attacking creature token is the chosen type, put 3 counters on it against Death Touch. What a silly mind game. 5 mana, though. 5 mana. I mean, it secretly says 5 mana, create 3 1/1s, but one of them is actually a 4/4 Death Touch. That's still not good enough rate for standard, though. It's a fun mini game, but it's still not good enough. Nervous Gardener. All of my neighbors. Nope. Pick your poison. Each opponent sacks an artifact. Each opponent sacks an enchantment. Each opponent sacks a creature with flying. Yeah, we'll put it in that removal section. Hexproof as long as it's your turn. Can't be blocked by creatures that don't have a name. That's me. I'm a pompous gadabout. You have no name, you can't block me. Pride of the Whole Clade. 10 green. Crocodile Elk Turtle. 2/15. Costs X less to cast, where X is the total toughness. Defender. 4 mana. +1/+0. Combat damage to a player. Draw cards equal to its toughness. And it can attack as though it didn't have Defender. Doesn't make an unblockable card, though. Commander! Wow! I need another drink. I'll be right back. Up in here. Whoop, whoop. Where were we? Rope. Sample collector. Nope. Sharp-eyed rookie. Who are you? 1 and a green, human, vigilance. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, if its power is greater than this's power or toughness, or its toughness is greater than its toughness, put a +1/+1 counter on the rookie and investigate. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control. It doesn't say once a turn. Vigilance is a good ability. The green 2-drops... We've already got the one that whenever a creature enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on it, but that card's not great. I don't know, man. Like, what's a good green 2-drop right now? There aren't many. So you're either playing the ramp cards like Mana Dorks, or you're playing something like this. This Inquirian something. Inquirian Beastcaller. I mean, investigating is, quote, nice. when you live long enough to turn those things into cards, right? Like, you have to get the spare mana from somewhere. And here's the thing, mono green is like bad. This doesn't fix that. It's definitely a good card though. What if we just played it in humans? Green white humans with Adeline? Is it good enough to go there? Gets a little bonus from Coppercoat Vanguard and things like that. There's no way a detective deck is actually like good. There's no way. Play it in the cookies? Maybe. Yeah, Sentinels as 3/4s definitely buff it up. I don't know, man. It's good value, and it evolves. It's not as good as the white 2-drops. Is it as good as the green ones? That's the thing I'm kind of sticking with. And green is bad, don't forget. Yeah, let's put it on the list. Rumblebelt Maverick, 1 green, 1/1 when enters the battlefield, surveil 2, exile it from the graveyard, put a counter on target creature as a sorcery. This reminds me of the fairy, right? The Dream Thief is seeing play, but it's mostly because it flies. However, that ability is pretty good. It basically comes back to life once, but while like helping a creature scale up. And it smooths out the draw real nice. Is this card good? I think it's worth a try. There, we had a couple interesting cards in a row. How about that? Slime Against Humanity. Wait, what? Well, X counters out where X is 2 plus the total number of cards you own in exile and in your graveyard that are oozes or are named Slime Against Humanity. A deck can have any number of cards named Slime Against Humanity. I frickin' hate these cards. I hate these cards. I hate them. Oh my goodness. Oh. They get bigger every time too. Here's the thing though. Like you play the Maverick on turn 1 that we just covered and surveil like one of these into the graveyard, then the one you cast on turn 3 is a 2 plus the total number. Ah, it's a 3/3. Okay. 3/3 trample. Unless you played some other ooze. I mean, there's got to be some pretty busted things you can do with this, though. The fact that it also counts exile, if there's a way to, like, exile a chunkier deck. What is the... There's a tutor, right? What's the tutor? Dark Bargain or something like that? Demonic Bargain? That exiles the top 13 cards of your deck? So if you exile, like, 5 of these and bargain for 1... then all of a sudden you're casting, like your oozes get huge so quickly. That's kind of messed up. That's a little messed up. In Timeless, you turn 1 Necro, turn 2 or 3, 2020. This card is stupid. Do I have to cover it? I don't want to cover it. I don't wanna. I guess we gotta. Limited Tunnel Tipster. 1/1 add green at the beginning of your end step. If a face down creature entering the battlefield, put a counter on it. The freaking Mole Scout? What? What? Panther, land cycling. I mean, too slow. This card is Commander. Those effects are fun, but probably not standard fun. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Yeah. The additional cost evidence reach. When it enters the battlefield, if evidence was collected, put a counter on target creature you control, gain 2 life. Card would be actually good if you can get the evidence reliably on turn 1. It's just not reasonable. Agrus Kloss, Spirit of Justice. 2/4 Mythic Spirit Detective Double Strike Vigi. Enters the battlefield or attacks, choose up to 1 creature. If it's suspected, exile it. Otherwise, suspect. Wow. I don't think it's reasonable to get things suspected in standard. Is this a commander card, or is it just, is it mythic for the limited, you know? That's the thing. Is it a commander card? See, I don't think these commanders are that popular. Like, when you have removal in your command zone, the game is weird, right? People like play weirdly around it, and they play weird with it, and they don't like it, and nobody. It seems like these commanders aren't good. I don't think it's. I think it's actually not even good in Commander. I think it's actually a mythic limited card. Wow. I like this card. I am probably going to build decks around this card. However, this card I don't think is actually good. I'm gonna put it in the commander section. We gotta talk about it. There's no way out of it. There's no way. There's no way. Okay, gotta talk about that. I mean, that card's a killer, man. Card's a killer. All right. Blood splatter analysis. Enchantment enters the battlefield. It deals 3 damage to a creature an opponent controls. Whenever 1 or more creatures die, mill a card, put a counter on this, and sacrifice if it has 5 or more bloodstained counters. When you do, return a creature from your graveyard to your hand. So it's an enchantment. It's really slow grindy value. It's super limited. It's basically sorcery speed and it kills something with 3 power. Didn't hurt the virtue. Mill a card. Whenever 1 or more creatures die, mill a card. I feel like the mill's the secret. I feel like the mill is the secret, man. The payoff is bad? I don't know. Getting a creature into your hand, it doesn't seem bad. It does kind of mess with your evidence. However, like, I haven't really seen the Descend removal spells played, you know what I mean? There was Wail of Forgotten and there was another one. Arachnos one. Molten Collapse, maybe? Those didn't really see play. Sorcery speed, 2 mana, interactive spells with a lot of upside. Those didn't see play. I don't think this will either. Look at the top 6. You may reveal a creature card. If that is 2 or less, put it onto the battlefield against haste. If you didn't put the revealed card onto the battlefield, put it in your hand. Is this good? Is it good? I mean, it might help you hit your 2-drop creature on curve, and if it doesn't, it gets you something sweet for the future. It might help you put together the Mole God, Reckless, Stormseeker type of curve that you really, really want. It's busted? I don't know if it's busted. It says you may put it onto the battlefield if it's something with a cost. So say it's some kind of 2-mana creature but has a cost restriction, like in additional to casting this you have to do this. Like this would be a good way to sneak it out, but otherwise The problem is you're basically giving up your turn 2 to have the turn 3 that you want, or maybe the turn 3/4 that you want. That's the problem. Unless you hit a 2-drop, in which case you didn't give up turn 2. I guess the flexibility is interesting. This card is different. It's a different card. I think we need to talk about it. Buried in the Garden. It's a way to make your land tap for an additional color, but also it's an Oblivion Ring. Exile target non-land permanent you don't control. For 4 mana, I think that's too much. I don't think that actually is worth it. Coerce to kill, 3 blue-black, enchant, you control. Enchanting creature and has base power and toughness 1/1 Death Touch Assassin. I mean, just straight up 5 mana yoink? I don't know if that's bad. Five mana yoink, make weak. What would you steal with this? Stealing a Tally or a Troxa that already did its good, right? Doesn't actually change much. I guess I can't think of much I would steal with this. Shieldred? It's 5 mana to deal with their 4 mana play. Not great. Not great. I don't think it's good enough. Crowd Control Orden. Cadaver. Deadly complication, sorcery removal. Satchel. When it enters the battlefield, investigate twice. Create a Thopter only if you sacked an artifact. Too expensive for that. Dog Walker. Boros 3/1 Vigilance. When it's turned face up, create 2 dogs. Aww. But nah, don't think so. Doppelgang. Each of X permanents create X tokens that are copies of that permanent. So 5 mana is create 1 copy of target permanent. 8 mana is create 2 copies of 2 target permanents. So at 8 mana, you start cooking, and everything above that, you're really cooking. I'm gonna call that a commander card. Strike the Canal. Create a detective. If a creature died, you gain 2 life, surveil 2, and investigate. I mean, that's a lot of situational value. But I don't know. You still have to put in another 2 mana to get a card out of it. Nah. It's Strata. She back. 1 blue, black, 1/4 death touch vampire assassin. Face down creatures you control have turn it face up. If you can't exile it, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. Whenever an assassin you control deals combat damage to an opponent, cloak the top card of that player's library. Commander. Fun. Probably a very fun commander. Two for 2. At the beginning of your turn, you may collect 4. When you collect evidence, investigate. Nope. 1 white, blue, 5/5 flying. When it enters the battlefield, investigate twice. Sack an artifact, vigilance, lifelink, or hexproof until end of turn. Wow. Too bad it costs a mana. If it didn't cost a mana, it would be good because it would come down and really protect itself. I guess even if it dies, you have 2 clues. I mean, I want to try it. I want to play this card. But Sunfall, I guess, I mean, if it's Sunfall, you still investigate. I'm more worried about Farewell. It's potentially a blue-white finisher worth playing. Part of the problem with blue-white control, quite honestly, is the finishers aren't worth it. I'm running Jace. You know, honestly, I think Jace, the fact that it runs Jace means we can't really play it in blue-white control, because if you're playing Ezrim Agency Chief and your opponent's playing Jace, you lose. Like, this, it's not close. They're gonna wrath the board and they're gonna Jace you. Yeah. That said, I wasn't high on Dream Trawler for some of the same reasons. It's probably worth talking about. How about this Snoop? It's a disguise card. I'm off him. I'm off him. Disguise, nah. Enters the battlefield or is turned face up. Doesn't matter what the text is. Gear Drake. Enters the battlefield, investigate. When you sack an artifact, put a counter on it. A good card, and there's definitely decks for it. It's just slow. Granite Witness, 3/2 Disguisey, nope. Ill-timed Explosion, draw 2. Then you may discard 2. When you do, it does X damage to each creature, where X is the greatest mana value among cards discarded. So I discard a Memory Deluge and everything takes 4? It's only creatures. It's not planeswalkers. I'm so afraid of the situation where you don't have something to discard at the size you need. Someone is going to make an awesome disguise deck. Are you sure? I feel like there are plenty of mechanics in recent history, examples of things that didn't translate to constructed. That doesn't mean disguise won't, but I think disguise is particularly weak because the 3-drops in your deck are 3 mana 2/2s, and I just don't think that's good. Yeah, you don't have to discard, you can just draw 2, but who wants to pay 4 mana to draw 2? That's pretty bad. And when if you need a board wipe and this doesn't do it, it's a disaster. I don't think this is it. I think the floor is way too low. Creature tokens have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, get an 0/1 green plant creature token, then put a +1/+1 counter on each plant you control. The heck is this? What is this? You need ways to consistently remove things from your graveyard. If you have them, this is pretty wild. If you spend turn 2 on this, what does a turn 3 look like that's good? You've got to have creatures in your graveyard, and then you have to remove them. How do you do that in a way that's good? First time you remove stuff, all you get is an 0/1 that becomes a 1/2. That's not impressive, but it is a mana dork. So if it makes it to another turn, it can tap for mana. Then things start to really spiral. So it's like super awkward for 3 turns, but then things really start to spiral. Agatha's Soul Cauldron, Trespasser. Still, you gotta fill the graveyard, right? Is that reasonable? There is the 1 mana Surveil 2. I don't think that's reliable. Seed of Hope is there. That's okay. There's the Sprout. The Sprout mills a card each turn. Those 3 1 mana cards give me hope. Tyvar? Tyvar is interesting. Yeah, Tyvar is a pretty good core. Pretty good core. Ren? Yeah, I guess we should talk about it. I have trouble telling whether or not that's powerful enough. You know, did we just spin our wheels to make a 1/2 plant while the opponent is reanimating Atraxa? You know, that kind of vibe. That's what I'm concerned about. Zoni, center of the web, 6 mana. That's commander. Judith, Carnage Connoisseur, 5 mana. That's commander. Kaya, Spirits of Justice. I've read this card before. I still have no idea what's happening. When one or more creatures you control and or creature cards in your graveyard are put into exile, you may choose a creature card from among them until end of turn. Target token you control becomes a copy of it, except it has flying. +2, surveil 2, then exile a card from a graveyard. +1, create a 1/1 white and black spirit creature token with flying. -2, exile a creature you control. For each other player, exile up to 1 creature that player controls. It feels like so much text that comes out fine. The -2 don't target. Yeah, it does. Exile up to 1 target creature that player controls. Try again. Try again. I mean, just making spirits is meh, you know? It's just meh. The Surveil 2, if it's not under pressure, is interesting at least. It's a synergy commander for sure. I don't think it's worth it. I just don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's a commander card either. We'll see. Kellen, back. 4 mana for a 3/4 flying vigilance. When it attacks, destroy an artifact. If you control that permanent, draw a card. The investigate is like a growth spiral. Kind of. Sorcery speed. Blue-green, you may play an additional land this turn. Investigate. Yeah, you've just now he's flying. Now we be flying. Growth spiral at home. Why is the new set not legal in Alchemy? Because because it's not out yet. See, in paper, the cards are already released because they came out yesterday. But in Alchemy, it has to be released on Arena, which it's not until Tuesday. Why is a rare not legal in Pauper? All right, now you're just trolling. Is Growth Spiral at home good? In Best of 1 Arena, it's just not. You never have the land. You never have the land, ever. You will never curve out to 4 lands in a 2-color deck. It's impossible. And then even if you do, you get a Flying Vigilant 3/4. Not terrible. Brawl is not digital only. Brawl is a paper format. Do your research. But by all means, guys, keep telling me how Magic works. I'm ready. Bring it on. Magnets, how do they work? No questions. I'm trying to find reasons to like this card, and I still don't. I don't see it played in Commander either. Callan, when you gonna do something? Crawl Whip Cracker. 2 mana, 3/2 reach. Ooh. Enters the battlefield, destroy target token. Anybody playing tokens early enough for this to matter? That card is like sneaky good. If it actually hits something remotely useful, that's really good. But I think it's limited. I don't think it'll be reliable. Volt Strider. 3 mana for a 4/4 vehicle with crew 2. Collect evidence 6. Becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. Whenever it attacks, you may cast an instant or sorcery from among cards exiled with it. If that spell would be put into a graveyard, put it on the bottom of owner's library instead. Huh? So the idea is play this, collect evidence 6 probably on a... Yeah, you have to attack with it. So on the next turn, you collect evidence 6, you exile some sweet instant or sorcery, you attack with it. It does, you do have to pay the mana cost for the spell. You may cast an instant or sorcery spell from among them. It doesn't say without paying its mana cost. I think that really hurts. It's what it actually is like a weird Dreadhorde Arcanist. I don't think so. I don't see it. Time warp, yeah. The thing is, after you cast the thing, you have to put it on the bottom of the library too. So it's not even like you can do it every turn. So this card I looked at before. 2 mana, 2/3. When it attacks, exile a card from a graveyard, investigate. When you sack a clue, you may have it become a copy of a creature card exiled with it. The more I've thought about this, like there were things I was thinking of doing with this card, like turning it into a Traxa. But the more I've thought about this, it's just asking too much. Right? You've got to get the thing into a graveyard, and you have to have the 2 mana to sack the clue. If you didn't have to sack the clue, it could be good. So I don't think this is it. Visionary Inventor. 7 mana, 4/4 menace, ward 2 haste. When it attacks, sack any number of other creatures. And then exile the top X, where X is their total power. You may cast any number of instant or sorcery. So you're attacking and turning your creatures into instants and sorceries. That's the commandery commander, isn't it? It really is. The commandery commander. Leyline. All colors, your lands are every type. Why? Why we do this? What are we doing here? What is the point of us? Yeah, sneaky mono green card. The thing is, the deck it might get played in is a total meme, right? Might get played in some like weird modern mono green devotion list meme tier. Absolute meme tier. Helix. Staples. Meddling youths. They would have gotten away with it too. This card. This card. Commander. $2. Which do you like less? Thank you very much for the $2. Zlakwanian. Which do you like less, mono red or mono nucleuses? I don't even know what that means. Are you trying to get me into some science talk? Because I don't know what that is. No more lies. Counter target spell unless they pay 3. If it's countered, exile it. Yep, goes in that staples list we talked about. All kinds of little, like, removal-y cards. They don't change the format. Officious Interrogation. White, blue, instant. Costs more to cast for each target. Beyond the first, choose investigate expert. Commander. Do a commander. Private Eye. 3/3 detectives. Whenever you draw your second card, target detective can't be blocked. Rakdos, Patron of Chaos. End step, target opponent may sacrifice 2 things. If they don't, you draw 2 cards. Commander. Easy commander. Rakish Scoundrel, turn face up, blah 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 blah. Limited. Relive the past. 7 mana sorcery. Artifact, land, non-aura enchantment. From graveyard to the battlefield, they become 5/5s. I mean, that's 3 5/5s. Nope. Repulsive Mutation. Simic X. Put X counters on target creature, then counter 1 spell unless his controller pays mana equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. It's a really good counter spell in a sneaky way. You can cast it for just 2 mana. Yeah, X equals 0 does counter a spell. You do have to have a target creature though. Right? Yeah, it fizzles without a target creature. You have to have a creature. It's a good effect, especially since you don't need a spell. You can just use it as a pump spell, but it's an expensive pump spell. You can cast it for 2 without a target? I don't think you can. It says target creature, period, then. I think you've got to have a target or you can't play it. Yeah. I don't know, man. I can't picture a deck that's gonna actually put it in. Yeah, the floor is too low. The floor is too low. Limited. 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 Reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card. Exile that card. If the spell's mana value is 1 or less, create a spirit. I mean, that's going to be pretty rare that you make a spirit, right? That's going to be really rare. So it's mostly 2 mana, exile a card from their hand. No restriction. I'm trying to think if we play anything like this right now. We don't play Pilfer, right? Discard tech against Uber aggro? Against aggro, if you're casting a discard spell that's not the bat, you probably already lost. And making a 1/1 probably won't save you. See, that's the thing, right? We have the bat. This is probably better in some decks than the bat. It's definitely a tougher color combination. I think I just ignore it, to be honest. Sentry, whenever a face up turn. Tesa, nice jacket. She'd probably like to be buried in it. Ooh, too soon. 1 white black human advisor 2/3 death touch. At the beginning of your end step, investigate for each opponent who lost life. Whenever a clue is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, make a 1/1. Commander. More like a blouse. Look, I don't know how clothes work. I'm lucky if I get these on. 10 Street Gossip. 4/4 vigilant thing. Yeah. Tulsimir Midnight's Light. 5 mana for a 3/2 lifelink. Elf Scout. When it enters the battlefield, make a 5/5 with trample. When a wolf you control attacks, if Tulsimir attacked, target creature an opponent controls blocks that wolf this combat. That's a lot of stats, but 5 mana is just too much. Greed. Treacherous Greed. 1 white black instant. As an additional cost to cast, sacrifice a creature that dealt damage. Draw 3. Each opponent loses 3 and you gain 3. I want to believe in this card. It is really hard to get a creature to deal damage though and still be around to sacrifice, because it's such a sweet payoff. But how do you get a creature to like do the thing? How do you ensure that when you have this in your deck and you're spending your 3rd turn to play it, which is really like, that really matters. How do you ensure that you have something that actually does damage? The Death Toucher? Now you're playing 1/1 Death Touchers? The bat? You want me to sack my bat? You want me to sack my bat? I don't think you can spend turn 3 on this, and it's not reliable. I think this is designed to trap you. I think it's so much that it seems good. And I think it's going to be bad. It's going to trick you into playing bad cards. You're going to draw it when you don't have your little dorks on the field. It's a trap. It's a trap. Trostani. 3 green-white manas for a 4/4 with all kinds of ability. Pass that Death Touch, pass out that Vigilance, pass out that Double Strike. I mean, the threat of Double Strike and Death Touch makes it really hard to block this, right? And you don't have to activate them. Look, it dominates combat. Is that good enough for standard anymore? I think the threat for this card is the best thing about it. when you pay a mana and you attack with this vigilant thing and you threaten to give it death touch or double strike, the opponent can't really engage with it. And then on the other side, if you don't spend your mana, if you leave your mana up, the opponent can't attack into it, not without removing it first. So if it dominates a board that way without actually having to put mana into it, then you can use your mana for any instant speed abilities or mana sinks, and you're getting ahead. And that's pretty cool. But that's probably a limited philosophy. Doesn't apply well to standard very often. Nowadays, you can't be paying mana for those abilities, you know what I mean? When's the last time you paid mana for abilities like that and didn't die? Discard. This was like the first card from the new set I read. Broke my brain. And now, I think it's a commander card. That's what I think. Xanathar Evolved Enigma. Cloak a card from hand. Pretty good. 3 mana worth of value on every combat. Put a +1/+1 on each colorless creature you control. Whereas I think the last 2 cards look better than they are, I think this card is better than it looks. It's 4 mana for 2 bodies, and then the number goes up each turn. That said, I'm still not sure she's good. I'm just glad she doesn't search your library, and like the birthing pot on a stick one is really annoying. I still think it's a commander card. War Leader's Call. 1 red-white enchantment. Creatures get +1/+1. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, 1 damage to each opponent. Wow. We have this card in a format with a Neem Pakal and an Adeline. We have this card in a format with a Neem Pakal and Adeline. I think that's a standard card. And not like one of these staple removal-y spell standard cards. That is a new deck enabler, I think. World Soul's Rage, X damage to any target. Put X lands from your hand onto the battlefield tapped or graveyard. Commander card. Guys, we're almost there. We're doing it. Oh god, I have to read double face cards? Or fuse cards or whatever? Split cards? Yaris, Roar of the Old Gods. 4 mana, 4/4. Creatures have haste. Other creatures. When one or more face down creatures deal combat damage to a player, draw. When a face down creature you control dies, return to the battlefield face down under its owner's control. If it's a permanent card, then turn it face up. Face down creature dies. Well, there's no way here to turn the thing face down or play it face down, so it does require you to play with morph cards. At least it curves nicely. I think it's commander. I just don't believe in face down stuff in standard. Cease and desist. Great. Limited. Flotsam, jetsam, flotsam, jetsam, mill 3, investigate. Each opponent mills 3. You may cast a spell from among the graveyard without paying its mana cost. So 6 mana sorcery speed, 2 spells for free. Yeah. Not good enough. Fuss and bother. +1/+1 on each attacking creature. Yeah. Create 3 Thopters. Yeah. Well, so far they're just limited cards, so easy peasy. Hustle and bustle. Attacks or blocks this turn if able. That's extra limited. Cryptics. Collect evidence 3. Put 1. Add 1 mana of any color. Put an unlock counter on it. Sacrifice it. Surveil 3. Then draw 3. Whoa. Activate only if it has 5 or more. 5. 5 unlock counters. 5. That's collect evidence 15. All right. So the top end of the card is so expensive. Is this good enough? 2 mana rock taps for 1 mana of any color, but you have to be able to collect evidence 3. I don't think that's real. I don't think there's any chance, man. There's no chance, right? Right. I don't even think that's a commander card. Gravestone Strider, 2, 1, 3, add 1 mana of any color, once each turn, exile it to exile it. Nope. Push pull, destroy target tapped creature. Not bad. But oh, sorcery, it's bad. Put 2 creature cards from a single graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. They gain haste, sack them. I mean, there's probably ways that that's a win con, but I can't imagine it actually being worth it. So narrow. Lumbering Laundry. Nope. 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 2 mana, enters the battlefield, surveil 1. Nope. Thinking Cap. Equip Detective. 1. +1/+2. That's it. Nope. Branch of Vitu-Ghazi. Disguise 3. When it's turned face up, add 2 mana of any one color. Nope. Commercial District. Ah, the lands. The beautiful lands. I'm gonna make some enemies. These are commander cards. It's just no reason to play them in standard right now. Even in a deck that surveils, it's better to be able to cast your spells on curve. And the mana for standard is good. We don't need tap lands in standard, man. We really don't. But sweet commander cards. Sweet. And you know what else? I think if Triomes weren't legal, the new Capenna cycling lands, I think if those weren't legal, I still don't think these would be good. I barely play the Triomes anymore, man. There's like all the good creature lands are tapped lands. You want the creature lands in standard, baby. If you're gonna have a tapped land, if you're gonna pay that price of not casting some spell on curve, creature land. Creature land, baby. Yeah, you don't even run the Triomes that much these days. There are times where you need the types, but It's nice to know that domain won't completely die when the tri-lands rotate, but I think that we underestimate just how good those domain related cards are because of the tri-lands. I don't think they'll actually see play with these in the format. Yeah, basically temples, right? I think I only need to set one of them aside for that rant. Don't think we need to be looking at all of them. Escape tunnel. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Evolving Wilds has been power crept. What are we doing here? Is nothing sacred? Is nothing sacred? That said, I don't play Evolving Wilds in anything. Not in Commander, not nothing. Limited. There's the battlefield tapped. Tap an untapped creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color. Sacrifice it to draw a card. It's another tapped land. It is an artifact land. If you are in the affinity business, you might play an artifact land just for a way to get an artifact on the battlefield for free at the cost of your land spot. But I don't even think I'm going to play this in Emery. Is this a Pog or Matt? Well, if your takeaway from my set review so far is that most of these cards aren't good in Standard, that is correct, but that is always true. That is always the fact. Most of the cards are limited cards. A couple of the cards are standard cards. A couple of the cards are commander cards. That's usually about how it goes. That is exactly as it's supposed to be. People always say I hate the set because I tell you as it is that some cards aren't that good. Are you going to look at the special guests that'll see play on Arena? Are the special guests going to be on Arena? Is there something I missed? Where's the special guests? I don't see him. Special guests and list are on Arena, but 3 are swapped. This? But 3 are swapped? How do they justify that? All MTG, the list, and special guest cards for murders. Full list of special guest cards. Special guest cards are reprints, blah, 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 blah. All MTG, the list cards in MKM, including Arena, changes. Why would they do this? There are 40 total MTG cards on the list for MKM, with 30 having rarity of common, uncommon, blah, blah, blah. 3 cards from the list were removed for Arena. Baleful Mastery, Cavalier Thorns, and Death Cloud? Replacing the list cards removed are 3 new to MTG Arena cards. Possibility Storm, Evolutionary Leap, and Smuggler's Copter. What? They cut Death Cloud. Okay, so they threw these in because they wanted Copter to get on Arena because it got unbanned in Pioneer. Yeah, that's kind of what this is, right? They're doing like some Pioneer editions. None of this is standard legal. It will be in draft packs. No, this like, I mean, yes, there's only one pack now, right? There's no such thing as a draft pack. It's just the pack. But they will not the regular arena packs. Wait, no. Okay, so there's still the 8-card arena packs. They won't be in those. I assume they'll just be craftable, so who cares? Right? It'll just be sneaky. So these will be sneaky craftable, like they'll just show up that we can look these up and craft them. I'm guessing. Yeah, why remove 3 cards? No idea. No idea, man. No idea. This is too stupid and annoying to talk about. I don't want to talk about it. It'll piss me off. But if I understand this correctly, we're getting like Sir Conrad on Arena. Some people will like that. No, wait, we already had Sir Conrad. What am I talking about? A lot of this is already on Arena, actually, isn't it? Is there a list of what's new to Arena? That would be nice. That would make it easy. No, there is not. Well, like Consigned to Oblivion is already here. I don't even know what some of these cards do. This is just dumb. We'll find out, right? None of it's standard legal. We'll find out later. I didn't look at the special guests either. $10 cards. It's pretty low. Prison. Fabricate. Fabricate? You're telling me I can go get my Paradox engine? Show and tell? I mean, that's kind of screwed up for Timeless, right? Gamble? Footfalls is the suspend card. Field of the Dead is still banned in Historic Brawl. That is a pretty drown in the lock. Sneak and Show is already on Arena, but not Show and Tell. Redundancy, this is like better. This is way better. Why is Tragic Slip mythic? In case you didn't look closely, you might notice that they're all mythic. I don't know why I did that. Did I complete my special guest set for the last set? Let me look. Lighting adjustment. Special guests for Lost Caverns of Ixalan. What we got? Wrong binder. Special guests for Lost Caverns of Ixalan. We has the meat. Well, we have the whole thing. There we go. We got the set. We do not have all the mana crypts. We have one cheapy mana crypt, if you can call $180, well, foil, $250 cheapy. But no, I didn't get the $13,000 mana crypt in the last week. I'd tell you, I promise. But yep, we got a foil special guests page. All foils, whole thing. We Pokemon'd it. We caught them all. But nah, I don't want to talk about these on Arena because it's like it won't even be standard legal. It's not even something most people will bother analyzing. Like the average Arena player is going to have no reason to care. The Jurassic Park cards? Follow me on Instagram if you want to see that. Yeah. This one I'm pumped about, okay? I am proud of this. I got the complete set of the stamped cards. And if you don't know what I mean, it's the ones with the extra little Jurassic Park stamp thing on them. You see the you see that logo? Mm-hmm. I was pretty happy about it. I got a whole set of them. I got the whole shebang. Because I'm a sucker for Jurassic Park. And I am useless with money. Can't see it if you don't move. They're prettier in person than on the internet. It's kind of wild. One of those finishes, I got one and then I was like, oh, I really like that. How's the studio for opening boosters upgrade going? It's paused because I can't find any pack opening content I like. So I don't know what to do to make pack opening content that I wouldn't cringe at. It's been tough because trust me, I think about it a lot. I just don't, at the end of the day, I don't want that. It's not what I'm into. So it's really hard for me to get excited about making it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of other creators who do it well, and I still, like, it's not for me. I think it's the wrong thing for me, but I haven't given up. I still think about it a lot. A lot. It devours my brain cells. Yeah, pack cracking is about the chase / high. The thing is, I don't get high off pack cracking anymore. I like to collect the sets, but I'm very... I know I've opened a few of those like hidden writing clue cards from murders. The ones that are supposed to be really expensive, the blacklight cards. But I haven't looked them up. My very first pack had a cereal in it. I haven't looked up how much it cost. It's just, I'm like, that's cool. So yeah, I just think I'm the wrong guy. All right, guys, let's have a look around, shall we? Ah, that's better. I look tired though with both of those lights on, you notice? The shadows under my eyes. So this is what I got for standard. We gotta separate it a little. We gotta have like the standard staples that don't actually change the format, and the cards that you would expect to have impact on a format. So this one's a tough one because it is removal. Yeah, I think this is mostly being covered because it's a board wipe. Let's set that over here. Yeah, that's another staple. That's definitely staple. Removally. Removally. That is definitely one of those. I guess we'll also have like staple critters that just kind of do something that every format needs. All right, how we doing? Goes over here. Hard-hitting question goes over here. I can't believe we're talking about the slime, man. Wakey moly. All right. That's those are our cards for standard. Hard-hitting questions, fun. All right, so we'll review the staples, we'll review the best cards for standard, we'll review the staples, we'll review the commander cards, and then we'll review the limited cards, and that'll be the workflow, so to speak. Get this over here. Seems fine. Okay. Let's see if we can organize these by color. Yeah? Or is it better to have no organization? think we'll put the novice over in Staple Land. I think it might be better to give no order. A complete lack of order. Clue and standard. Why? All right. This is the actual recording part, guys. Mm-mm. 6 p.m. Eastern time. Do I have what it takes to do this right now? Let's find out. Definitely don't want to start on the case of the Getaway Express. What's an absolute banger to start on without giving away the farm, huh? Could start on Aurelia. Let him think it's alphabetical. I think Mole God has to go last. Last. The showstopper. Aurelia, you'll go first. All right. I do need a little bathroom first. Hello and welcome back to another day in the arena. It's me, it's CGB, and today we are looking at new cards From the new set, Murders at Karlov Manor, what cards will make an impact on the standard metagame? It's a standard review. We're reviewing for standard. I don't know if you know that, but it's standard, and we're talking about standard and cards that can be impactful in standard. If you want to know what I think will be a commander card or a limited card, stay till the end. But, you know, standard. First card is Aurelia, the Law Above. 3 and a red-white for a 4/4 legendary angel with flying, vigilance, and haste. And whenever a player attacks with 3 or more creatures, you draw a card. Whenever a player attacks with 5 or more creatures, Aurelia, the Law Above, deals 3 damage to each of your opponents, and you gain 3 life. Am I putting this card on the list because of the attacks with 5 or more creatures clause with the lightning helix attached? No, I am not. Am I doing it because attacking with 3 creatures draws you a card? No, I am not. I am putting it in this section strictly for the 5 mana for 4/4 flying, vigilance, haste. I think that just that right there can end a lot of games. And if your deck is going into any kind of a Boros mid-rangey zone, you don't need any other creatures on the battlefield doing anything for this to be a good card. But those other abilities do raise the ceiling of the card, particularly in Commander. But in Standard, if you're ever attacking with this and drawing a card, you're probably really close to ending that game. In Standard, often this just comes down for 5 and starts ending the game because it completely shifts the tempo of combat. So I think Aurelia, Law Above in the right deck, probably a 1 of or a 2 of, is already very, very good. The next card is the Case of the Getaway Express. 1 and a white. When this case enters the battlefield, choose target creature you don't control. Each creature you control deals 1 damage to that creature. To solve, 3 or more creatures attack this turn, and solved is creatures you control get +1/+0. Cases are a new type of enchantment. Solving them means strictly meeting the requirement at some point. Solves happen at the beginning of your end step, so it doesn't kick in right away. And yeah, the solved effect goes into effect then on that end step after it does the check. The reason I like this card is because it's sneaky removal stapled to an anthem. It runs downhill really hard. If you have 3 or more creatures on the battlefield, you can often be playing this for 2 mana, attacking with those creatures, killing what the opponent was relying on to be their blocker out of the way, and then in the future you have an anthem effect. There are certainly issues with the card. For one thing, it doesn't necessarily play well with Thalia, which is still in the format and will be until September. Tick, tick, count the days. And it also doesn't play well against Ward. So if you picture like a graveyard trespasser, that is kind of an annoying thing to deal with. But the card runs downhill so well. If the opponent is on the back foot even a little, being able to remove their creature, attack with your creatures, and then also have an anthem going forward, it seems super powerful to me. So I would expect this to see some play in the format. Case of the Stash Skeleton is 1 in a black, and when it enters the battlefield, create a 2/1 black skeleton creature token and suspect it. When something's suspected, it has menace and it can't block. To solve, you must control no suspected skeletons. And solved is 1 in a black, sack the case and search your library for a card, put into your hand, then shuffle. Activate only as a sorcery. So to solve, you have to end your turn with none of these suspected skeletons, or go to your end step with none of these suspected skeletons. And you can't do the search ability until the next turn because it's activate as a sorcery. Those issues aside, the reason I like this is because for 2 mana you get a board presence, a creature that's good at attacking that the opponent will eventually have to care about a little bit at some point. But if they don't, there are other ways to get our skeleton off the field. We can sacrifice it to various effects. One of my favorite is bargain. You can bargain the skeleton token to beseech the mirror. Go get yourself a 4 or less card from your deck, cast it for free, and then the next turn sacrifice the case and go tutor again. So if there are specific 2-card combos available in the format at any point, this is a great core to kind of build around that. Now, Beseech the Mirror hasn't exactly broken Standard, so I am relying on things worth tutoring to get printed a little bit more. I actually do love this card. I do want to try it in a ton of decks because I think the ability to make a 2/1 creature with menace and put the opponent under some pressure and have a tutor on the back burner is really good. I just wish I could tutor for a Meat Hook Massacre or an Invoke Despair. I wonder why those cards got banned. Huh, weird. Analyze the Pollen is 1 green sorcery rare. As an additional cost to cast the spell, you may collect evidence 8. Collecting evidence, exile cards with total mana value 8 or greater from your graveyard. All right. The effect is to search your library for a basic land. Boring. But if evidence was collected, instead search for a creature or land, reveal that card, and put it into your hand. The reason I like this card for standard quite specifically is in the domain deck, you can discard something like your Herd Migration, and then you only need like 1 more mana value worth of card in your graveyard. You can exile those in the domain deck, and you can go get an Atraxa. That's like the ceiling, is you go fetch Atraxa, and the floor is you use it to go fetch another land, and you need all the lands of different types to reduce the cost of your Leyline Binding and achieve domain anyway. So I think Analyze the Pollen maybe as a 2 of, just you can play it in domain. I think it'll make the cut there. There might also be other decks specifically built around gathering evidence where this card becomes very good. There's a lot of cheap green cards that fill the graveyard that we'll get to when I talk about one of them, and that deck might also get a lot out of Analyze the Pollen. Sharp-Eyed Rookie is 1 green for a 2/2 Vigilant Human Detective at rare. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, if its power is greater than Sharp-Eyed Rookie's power or its toughness is greater than Sharp-Eyed Rookie's toughness, put a counter on Sharp-Eyed Rookie and investigate. This is, in a way, an evolve card. It's also a card advantage engine, as it can get you more clues every turn. It's also generating artifacts, which can make a teething wormlet grow bigger and trigger artifact things in other ways. And I know, it's a green 2-drop, and green 2-drops haven't exactly been rock stars lately, but it's also a human, so it can go in the human synergy decks. I feel like this would be a really good card in a lot of metas, and it's only its aggressive greenness that's holding it back here. But if that's all that's holding it back, then maybe it does have the potential to be a powerful card in some way. It's a lot of value out of 1 card to get a clue token and a +1/+1 counter whenever you play something larger than this. So I really hope for green's sake that Sharp-Eyed Rookie isn't just another rare green 2/2 that never sees play. War Leader's Call is 1 and a red and a white enchantment at rare. Creatures you control get +1/+1, but wait, there's more. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, War Leader's Call deals 1 damage to each opponent. We have a combination of Glorious Anthem, which on its own probably wouldn't see play in standard, and Impact Tremors, which on its own probably wouldn't see play in standard. But when you put them both in 1 card and you combine them with a few other cards in the format, I start to get really excited about this card. This card, along with Anim Pekal or Adeline Resplendent Cathar, starts to get very, very scary. And you can picture that if the opponent blinks for even an inch and gives you 1 turn with an Anim Pekal in this card, or with things that generate a lot of creatures, think the Imadane's Recruiter decks, that this gets really terrifying. So I actually think that these kind of cards haven't been good in standard for a while. The Anthem effects, especially at 3 mana, and Wedding Announcement kind of broke that mold. But this card, I think, actually builds that archetype up even further, that kind of Convoke, go super wide, Imadane's Recruiter-ish archetype, because now it has reach. All you have to do is get your creatures into play to deal damage to the opponent. So I'm excited to see what War Leader's Call does in standard. I think it's a very cool card. Just a reminder, any of your comments might make it into the YouTube video, so feel free to play along. Breakout is a red and a green sorcery uncommon. Look at the top 6 of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them. If that card has mana value 2 or less, you may put it onto the battlefield and it gains haste until end of turn. If you didn't put the revealed card onto the battlefield this way, put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So this is in a way a curve filler that gets you 6 cards deeper to try to hit your 2-drop, but it can also try to assemble creature combos in the format. There is a creature later coming up in red and green that is specifically a good A+B 3+4 combo card that you might want to assemble with something like Breakout. And yeah, they can see it coming if you grab a 3 or 4 drop creature. They can try to save removal for it, and you didn't play a creature on turn 2. That might be too much of a downside for this card to work, but we haven't really seen a card like this that can both help fill your curve with the best possible 2 card or set you up for the future. And I'm curious to see how it plays out in Standard. The next card is Insidious Roots. This is a green and a black 2-mana enchantment at uncommon. Creature tokens you control have tap for a mana of any color. And whenever 1 or more creature cards leave your graveyard, create a 0/1 green plant creature token and then put a +1/+1 counter on each plant you control. There aren't a lot of cards in this set that really have the ability to build promising new archetypes, but I think this card falls into that category. It's asking a lot. You need to be filling your graveyard with creatures, and you have to have ways to take those creatures out of the graveyard. But those cards might just exist. We already have a lot of cheap green cards that fill the graveyard, like Death Bonnet Sprout, Death Bloom Sprout, Death Sprout Bonnet, Death something. It mills you every turn. There's another one coming up that we're going to look at here. There's Seed of Hope, a green instant that fills the graveyard, and that's without looking at black cards that fill the graveyard. Black is usually a color that is better at this. Then on the other hand, as far as taking cards out of the graveyard, we have Tyvar. The new Tyvar Planeswalker can pull a creature out of the graveyard, which can trigger this card. It can also untap a creature, which might get you more mana with this. And once you are up to making 2 or 3 plants and they're starting to get very large and you're starting to get a ton of value off this, it is very threatening. You also have access to a lot of mana, and I'm not even sure what you do with that much mana, 5 or 6 mana, but I'm pretty sure it can do something cool. There's also various ways to exile cards from graveyards, whether it's Agatha's Soul Cauldron, Graveyard Trespasser, Lord Skitter. All of these cards can have a pretty good combo going with Insidious Roots. The big thing is you have to check all the boxes. You need this card, you need to be filling your graveyard, and you need to be clearing your graveyard. But the payoff could be there. This is a lot of value at a very low price. Ezrim Agency Chief is 5 total mana, 1 white, blue, for a rare 5/5 Archon Detective that is legendary. Flying. And when this enters the battlefield, investigate twice. So you get 2 clues. For 1 mana, you can sack an artifact, and Ezrim gains your choice of Vigilance, Lifelink, or Hexproof until end of turn. There's a little Dream Trawler hanging out in this card, and I want it to be that good because I very much want to play a card like this instead of relying on Jace as my win con in blue-white control. Now, this will be better in blue-white control, specifically playing against decks like Mono Red and Gruul, because the ability to grab that lifelink can completely transform the game. Also, the ability to grab Vigilance and lifelink can really make for a big swing. You have to have more artifacts to sacrifice eventually, because on its own, this enters and investigates twice. That's not an unlimited supply of artifacts. But there's also things like map tokens lying around. There's probably other ways that we can make this card even more powerful. I think at its core, it might be fun to play 1 or 2 in a control deck, but it's probably a sideboard card. Still, I would be surprised if Ezrim never shows up in Standard. I think 1 or 2 of these between main deck and sideboard in some kind of blue whitey or Esper or Bant list will show up at some point. Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna talk about Slime Against Humanity. 2 and a green sorcery common, create a 0/0 green ooze creature token with trample. Put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is 2 plus the total number of cards you own in exile and in your graveyard that are oozes or are named Slime Against humanity. A deck can have any number of cards named slime against humanity. I hate this. I hate cards like this. I hate cards. It started with Plague Rat. When I was a young CGB, I played against a friend who had 29 Plague Rats, and I thought it was stupid, and then they beat me to death with it, and I couldn't beat it, and I still thought it was stupid. It is so stupid. Like, why do you have to fill a whole deck with cards like these? And yet people are gonna figure out how to do something with it. One way or another, they're gonna find a way. With this card, and specifically in like standard, now you look at this in like timeless, right? And you can cast Tainted Pact and exile your whole deck and make a 2020 or whatever ooze. And wow, so cool. But in standard, this card, there are some things. I think Demonic Bargain is in standard, which says exile 13 cards at random from your library. This counts cards in exile. It counts the oozes or slimes against humanity in exile. So if you use that card, you might be casting this and making like a 10-10 on your very first go at it. They deal with it, you cast another one and another one. And I guarantee people are going to try to make this work. Will it work? Not consistently, but every now and then, it will kill you. And on that day, I am telling you right now, on that day, you will want to uninstall this game. And I've been there. I will be there right with you. And I will probably include the first time I lose against Slime Against Humanity in my video. And know that on that day, I die inside. God, let it never happen. I hate that these cards exist. But for those of you who love them, come at me. Let's make some content. Robobelt Maverick is 1 green for a 1/1 human detective common, and when it enters the battlefield, surveil 2. For a green, exile this from your graveyard to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. It's a good smoother in just generic decks. It's a good graveyard filler in graveyard decks and collect evidence decks. And it's a good +1/+1 counter on a stick in a +1/+1 counter deck. I'm sure somewhere at some point, Robobelt Maverick will help enable some new things for green, and green needs it. It needs it so much. Green suffers so badly. All it can do right now is cast Atroxa and Topiary Stomper, and green deserves better. So I hope that some kind of a graveyard deck comes together for green. But the real question that must be answered about this card, how did this cat get so many eyes? And do they all get eye gookies? Our next card is Axebane Ferox. This is 2 green for a 4/4 beast rare death touch haste with a ward to collect evidence 4. We see the ward being used with collect evidence in a different way. For your opponent to target this, they have to exile up to 4 mana value or more worth of mana value from their graveyard. It's weird saying collect evidence. I'm figuring it out. So if that is difficult for the opponent, and not a lot of decks are built to just fill up their graveyard, then this card becomes a 4/4 hasty, death touchy, semi-hexproof type effect, which is really good, especially when you combine death touch with trample, which there are a few ways to do in the meta. Audacity comes to mind as a way to give this thing trample and really start plowing through. Also, when you use bite spells with this, the death touch means it can remove just about anything. So once again, we are hoping that green gets good. It has some interesting tools. I think the Axebane Ferox is a particularly powerful one that might be very annoying for many cards to remove. Hunted Bone Brute is 2 and a black for a 6/2 skeleton beast. Menace at rare. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent creates 2 1/1 white dog creature tokens. And when the Bone Brute dies, each opponent loses 3 life. There is a disguise of 1 and a black. So that means you can cast this in a morph type way. For 3 generic mana, you can have a 2/2 ward 2 creature on the battlefield, which is this card face down, and then you can flip it up for its disguise cost, which is 1 and a black. The reason that's pretty cool is because if you cast it on the face down way, the dogs don't happen. If the dogs don't happen, then the opponent doesn't have the free blockers and you're coming in with a 6/2 menace. Now that's a lot of investment and it makes me wonder why this card is on the list. And the biggest thing that comes to mind for me, fight rigging. Fight rigging is a card that has shakedown heavy, and it has Archfiend of Despair and a few other ways to immediately trigger it. Adding another way to trigger it in Hunted Bone Brute, I think is pretty good. And honestly, I think that Hunted Bone Brute in some ways might be better than Shakedown Heavy. I like the fact that when it dies, the opponent is going to lose life. Something bad is going to happen to them. And giving them the 2 dog creature tokens can punish you, but you can play around it if you need to. Archdruid's Charm is green, 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 instant at rare. I love that this is a cycle, if you remember Archmage's Charm. You get to choose one, and you get sweet options. Search your library for a creature or land card and reveal it. Put it onto the battlefield tapped if it's a land. Otherwise, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Note, that was any land card, not a basic land. That is very interesting. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. So there's a removal spell on there. And exile target artifact or enchantment. Exile. That's very strong. That can exile a 1 ring. I think that this card is going to struggle to see play in standard because of the position of green. However, I'm going to remain optimistic that somehow a deck can be built that can facilitate a card like this that is normally on a modern type power level if you look at what Archmage's Charm was able to do from this position. It is too bad that green is at its lowest at the time this card is printed, but can a card like this bring the archetype back? It's so versatile. It does so much. It always does something very interesting. The ability to fetch any creature or any land, it makes it really good in bigger formats, but there's got to be something for it in standard. And now we're all going to be looking at every spoiler season and every new set wondering where's the next charm, because this as a cycle is very, very cool. Fugitive Codebreaker is 1 and a red for a 2/1 Goblin Rogue rare with prowess and haste. Mono red stuff. Disguise. All right, it's going to be one of those flip up cards. 5 and a red. The cost is reduced by 1 for each instant or sorcery in your graveyard. When this card is turned face up, discard your hand and draw 3 cards. At some point, I think that this card is better than the third or fourth Bloodthirsty Adversary or third or fourth Charm Scoundrel, just because this card has the potential to draw 3 cards on it. And obviously that's looking at things going a certain way, ending up in late game, but on its own, it's competing with those cards. It comes like a 2-mana 2/2 haste is slightly better for sure, but the prowess on this does help it keep up. A Bloodthirsty Adversary off a Kumano Faces Kakazan into a Lightning Strike and a Monstrous Rage isn't going to hit as hard as this thing. Like, this thing hits for an absurd amount if your turn 3 is like throwing down a Lightning Strike and a Monstrous Rage. So at some point you play this card, and then if you are able to play it and then flip it and draw 3, it's gravy. It's another option that the thing could do. I'm sure that a couple of these should go in the mono red deck. I'm not positive they will, because while it is a small increase in power level to add this card to your deck in place of some of those cards that I mentioned, maybe the third Feldon doesn't need to be there, for example. Even though I think that's true, I don't think red players have to. I think it's gonna get you a few extra points of potential game winningness every 100 games or so. So I think that people might just stick with the cards they have, because why would they craft a new rare and shove it in there? But for those of you who like trying new cards in your red deck, where are you? I've never seen you. And this one is for you. Snarling Gorehound is a black for a 1/1 menace dog. And whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under your control, surveil 1. I'm mostly excited about this because of Gix. Gix Yawgmoth's Praetor is already helping enable a number of Dimir archetypes and mono black archetypes. They're playing cards like Fairy Dream Thief and specifically, especially Deep Cavern Bat. If everybody's running the bat, then what is a perfect accompaniment to the bat? This Gorehound comes down on turn 1 and sets it up so that when the bat enters the battlefield, you also get some sweet surveil value on top of your batness. So unless you can find a better 1-drop in the color combination, this seems like an absolutely excellent curve up and leading to your Gix, which then draws you a bunch of cards off it to replace it. So yeah, I believe that Snarling Gorehound will find a place maybe as a 1 or 2 of in either a mono black deck or maybe in a black red or blue black deck as well. I'm starting to lose my place up here, but I'm working on it. Outrageous Robbery. CGB, these all seem like very nice staple-y cards with obviously good utility, but where is the fun? Well, if your idea of fun is punching a mirror and making people not want to play Magic with you anymore, if you want to see a straight-up rage scoop, I've got that for you. This is Outrageous Robbery. For X black, you have an instant at rare that says target opponent exiles the top X cards of their library face down. You may look at and play those cards for as long as they remain exiled. You may cast a spell this way. You may spend mana as though it were any mana to cast it. Here's the pitch. Is the card good? Probably not, because what it is Silver Scrutiny, but you're drawing from the wrong deck. Usually the cards in your opponent's deck are not as good for you as they are for them, and not as good as cards from your own deck would be. So at its core, this isn't exactly what you want to be doing. Why are we covering it then? Because the opponent doesn't necessarily know that or care. They are simply going to scoop before you get to cast their cards. When you resolve this for something like 4 or 5 or 6 on an empty board type situation, they're out. They're done. They don't want to see you cast their stuff. And in its own way, this is a win con. Now, if the opponents are strong enough to stick around, yeah, we're exiling their library and using their cards against them, and eventually they'll deck before we do. So playing this in a control deck, think an Esper Shell or a Dimir Shell, where it is the win con. We stay alive, we stay alive, we stay alive, we stabilize after a board wipe or something like that, and then we tap out on end step for a large outrageous robbery. And if that doesn't work, we'll do it again in a turn or two, and we'll draw another one. I think that this is a very silly kind of fun win con. Is it actually the best thing to be doing? No. I think for the reasons I outlined, it's not actually a great card, but I think it will be way more effective than it should be based on how much people hate to have this done to them. Fester Leech is 1 black for a 1/1 zombie leech uncommon. When it deals combat damage to a player, you mill 2 cards. For 1 and a black, this gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only once each turn. This is going to fill your graveyard a bit. And it's going to be very effective because the opponent won't want to waste a removal spell on a 1/1, but they also can't block it effectively because every turn it's the implication, it's the threat that you will activate it. If you have 2 mana, this might be a 3/3, so all of their 2 power and less creatures don't want to get in front of it. So I think that Fester Leech will probably mill like about 4 cards if it comes down on turn 1, and that can be good enough. As the game gets longer, yeah, you're going to want to use that ability a little bit more, and you do have a 3/3, so it scales all right. I think that this will have a deck that it certainly belongs in, and I think it'll do its job there. It'll be a role player and nothing to write home about, but role players like this are needed to make decks that are graveyard reliant, like Gather Evidence, or just zombie themed, good. These role players are absolutely essential. Intrude on the Mind is 3 blue for an instant. It's mythic. Here we go. Reveal the top 5 of your library. Separate them into 2 piles. An opponent chooses 1 pile. Put that pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard. Create a 0/0 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying. Then put a +1/+1 counter on it for each card put into your graveyard this way. So it's Fact or Fiction, but you make a Thopter and it's 1 mana more. Is that standard good enough in 2024? I'm not sure. And there's also a notable difference with Intrude on the Mind. The opponent chooses which pile goes into your hand. You do not. It's actually the opposite of the Fact or Fiction you're thinking of. And how much does that change everything? Because that means you make the piles. So say you need a board wipe when you resolve this. Well, if you're designing the pile, you're probably going to put the Sunfall over here and the 4 other cards over here. If the opponent picks the 4 other cards to go to your hand, you get a 1/1 Thopter, but you didn't get your Sunfall. And if the other 4 cards aren't going to get you out of the situation, you have a problem. On the other hand, you're filling your graveyard. You're picking up card advantage. You're doing it at instant speed. These are all things I love to do as a blue mage. I'm going to have to try this. I don't see it replacing Memory Deluge. I do see it being a very interesting card that creates card advantage and board presence, and it's going to be fun to try out in a control deck. I would not be surprised if at the end of the day, this is a don't craft and a total trap playing on the Fact or Fiction at home nostalgia. This might be a true evil, nasty trap card, but watch the channel. I'm sure we're going to try to play it now and then, and you'll get an idea for just how effective this card can be. Unyielding Gatekeeper is 1 white for a 3/2 Elephant Cleric. Yeah, rare. Disguise, 1 and a white. I'm not high on many of the disguise cards, but I think this one might make it because of this ability. When it's turned face up, exile another non-land permanent. If you control it, return to the battlefield tapped, so you blinked it. Otherwise, its controller creates a 2/2 white and blue detective creature token. Being able to exile any permanent, any other non-land permanent, that's the only restriction, it's non-land. Anything else on the battlefield, the opponent gets a detective, but you have a 3/2, or you flicker your own thing. This card has a lot of utility, but my goodness, it's expensive. You have to play it face down. You have to spend your turn 3 playing a 2/2. That doesn't seem very good. And then you do have to flip it up. The disguise is 1 and a white, so you might have some mana to do something else that turn. But my goodness, the flexibility, the ability to nail just about anything. It's both an exciting card and a card I don't think will be good. It's somewhere in the middle of both of those things. I wouldn't craft it right now, but we're going to try it out because I think that if a disguise card is really going to cut it, I think this is the one with the best shot. Doorkeeper Thrall is 1 and a white for a 1/2 creature thrall rare, flash, flying. Artifacts and creatures entering the battlefield don't cause abilities to trigger. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you reanimating your portal to Phyrexia on turn 5 using an Invoke Justice or something? Doorkeeper Thrall, your artifacts do nothing. Will this card see standard play? It's such a gotcha. It's so tricky. It makes you feel so clever when it works. Will it actually see play? Is there enough going on? A Hushbringer at least had lifelink. It also stopped Dye's abilities. The flash was what makes you think that this card can somehow work. But my goodness, it just feels like it has to be so the right card at the right time. And honestly, it's meta dependent. We have to see what kind of meta we have. But the idea of turning off all of the enter the battlefield triggers in the format is pretty exciting. Hitting Atraxa with this, hitting Itali with this, that is we had thought that we couldn't stop those cards when Cavern of Souls got printed, but this attacks on a whole other level. And Tashana's Tidebinder saw more play than I expected it to. So maybe the Doorkeeper Thrall is the secret to not losing to those cards. Delny, and yo, Streetwise Lookout, 2 and a white mythic 2/2 human scout legend. Creatures you control with power 2 or less can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. If an ability of a creature you control with power 2 or less triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. So first of all, the unblockability already starts to get exciting when you look at cards in the format like Gix or other triggers that go off when you hit the opponent. Now, the idea of a creature of power 2 or less triggering and triggering an additional time, things start to get very exciting. Let's go with the obvious one. The obvious one is Deep Cavern Bat. You take 2 cards. You take 2 cards. And now their big flyers can't block it. That obviously is busted. Or is it? Anyway, there are enough things, like it's a low to the ground meta. You can just combine this with like a Spirited Companion and already start getting excited. It's also interesting that this combines with Calyx Guided by Fate in a weird way where it moves +1/+1 counters around, but you can keep Calyx at 2 power or less, then it can hit things and you can copy enchantments. There are things that I hope this card can do. I'm not very excited though for a 3-mana 2/2 and what it does in Standard. I think that that's a really tough place for this card to fall in the curve, but maybe there's a home. Maybe there's a way that this card does something really exciting. But I think that this will probably be super exciting in Commander, a place where legendary creatures that cost, it doesn't matter what they cost. They usually last on the board for a turn, and if they have cool doubling effects, those things tend to happen. So I think that this is closer to a Commander card, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did something in Standard. The closing act for cards that I think will make a huge impact in Standard is Anzrag the Quake Mole. The holy moly itself. 2 and a red-green for an 8/4 legendary creature mole god at Mythic. When Anzrag the Quake Mole becomes blocked, untap each creature you control. What? After this combat, there's an additional combat. And then 7 total mana, 3 red, green. Anzrag must be blocked each combat this turn if able. You don't want to block my mole god? I'll make you block my mole god. Insert the holy molies. This card seems to have captured the imagination of everybody from every format, including Standard. Is it good in Standard? Well, first up, 4 mana, 8/4. It's not terrible. That's a lot of punch, but it's also not great. It's not that different from a 4 mana 6/6. And a 4 mana 6/6 with flying and Arcfiend of Despair does see some Standard play, so size can matter. But where you start to look at this card and get excited, what if this had haste? It's probably going to kill a number of creatures if anything is even available to block, right? It is very dangerous and it hits for so much damage. So you start thinking of curves in red-green where you play awesome 1-drop, awesome 2-drop, then you play Reckless Stormseeker, and then you play this, and you're swinging with it the turn that you play it. Brawh, smash. Other things that give it indestructible, like Tamio's Safekeeping, become very exciting. I believe it's Hajar, like a Gruul Bodyguard, 2 mana 3/3, sacrifice to give indestructible to a legendary creature, as well as +1/+0. Gets really exciting for this card as well. This card, like I said, seems to have captured the imagination of Standard players, and it is, in my opinion, questionable if this will actually make it in a competitive deck. I'm sure it will see play. I'm sure people will try it. But remember, and I'm going to be a little bit of a wet blanket here, dinosaurs looked like they were a Standard deck. I haven't played many dinosaurs lately. I might play 1 a week, but they have a 3 mana 6/6 in that deck that can be played on turn 2 off of a typal ramp creature. And that doesn't quite cut it. It's hard for me to get excited about the Mole God. I'm going to be the classic Dies to Doomblade guy on this one. I just think the people will see it coming. And it is fun to think of the card from earlier, Breakout, helping you set up that sweet curve of cards. But I'm not convinced on the holy moly. I am 100% sure I will see this in Commander. It will probably be featured on my Commander show at some time, and I'm excited about that. In Standard, I'm a skeptic, but I mean, if you're a content creator, this is one of the go-tos in week 1. And you guys are going to click it. You guys are going to click it like crack. Yo, I broke the Quake Mole. 100%. Nope, nobody believes that. 80%, 83.3% win rate with Anzrag the Quake Mole in Mythic, I mean Platinum. And yeah, that's how you get clicks in Magic Arena. So can't wait to do that on week 1. If you are excited about Anzrag the Quake Mole, hit like. And if you are not excited about Anzrag the Quake Mole, hit like. And remember to like the video. Now, I'm going to present all of you my quick review of the set for Commander, followed by my review of the set for Limited, all right here in one video. So I get to call this the complete set review. Commander card. This is a commander card. Commander card. We made a commander card. Commander card. Better with more players card. Commander card. It's expensive, has to live. Commander card. Does something just kind of cool if it's alive. Commander card. Play it from the command zone if it's legendary. Otherwise, copy other people's commanders and stuff. Commander card, combo card. Commander card. Here is a commander card. That is a commander card. Does it do things when it hits the opponent? That is a commander card, unless it might have haste. Commander card. Here's another commander card. This is your commander card. It's really cool, but it's a commander card. This is also a commander card. I don't even know what it does. This is a commander card because it works with another commander. That's a commander card. It says each player. That's a commander card. This is a commander card. It destroys all artifacts you don't control. That's a commander card. Vein Ripper's a commander card. It's like Blood Artist, but it's too expensive. Massacre Girl's a commander card. She can be your commander and work with old cards that also have Wither. Barbed Servitor is a commander card. People can't attack you when it's untapped. Prophet's Edict Memories. Who cares? Commander card. Does infinite combo as commander card. Commander card. It's a tap land. Duh. Now here is a review of the staple cards. These are going to be cards like removal or things that we've kind of seen before. They will go into standard decks. They will be, quote, standard playable, but they don't change the format. They just fill out the format. Red Herring is a 2/2 haste attacker. Maybe you can have a common instead of a mythic bloodthirsty adversary. No More Lies is a mana leak if you have specifically the perfect colors. Assassin's Trophy is a removal spell that ramps the opponent. You'll probably put 1 in green-black. Pick Your Poison is a new take on making people sacrifice in a modal way. This will probably see a little bit of sideboard play. Shocking. Hard-hitting Question is the cheapest fight, not even a fight, a bite spell. So if green actually needs removal and can play removal, it might play this removal. Long Goodbye is kind of a smother type effect, eliminate type of effect, and it can't be countered, which is primarily important because of ward, not actual counter spells. Demand Answers is a little bit of Bitter Reunion, but can also sack an artifact, some cheap, useless blood token to get the effect instead. Novice Inspector is Thraben Inspector 2.0. Lightning Helix is, oh my god, it's Lightning Helix! Reasonable Doubt is a quench, pay 2 more counterspell, but it can also give a creature you control menace, and then it can't be blocked. And there are some creatures that would love menace in the toxic deck. Maybe your Rafine wants menace. No Witnesses is a Wrath, a board wipe that also might get you to investigate, might get the opponent to investigate. Who investigates? I don't know. Next up, not on my watch, exile target attacking creatures. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes you need an unlimited way to, for 2 mana, remove a thing that happens to be attacking. And Deadly Cover-Up is a 5-mana black wrath that might let you pay some ridiculous evidence cost to also give people a cranial extraction and exile things from their deck. It's kind of exciting that this can even name basic lands, but I don't think it really changes the format. It's just another cool effect that might get used if you already were in the market for the wrath. Stay tuned for my limited set review. You guys ready for this? All right. Is there a keyboard shortcut that moves you over a tab or closes a tab? Does anybody know this? Anybody know this? Keyboard shortcut that either moves left to right a tab or just control tab. Control W? Does that close it? Okay. Ready. Limited card, limited card. Most of these cards are limited cards. Limited, limited, limited card. If it doesn't do much at a very high price, or if it comes in tapped, or if it just is a sorcery, it's probably a limited card. Limited card, limited card. This here is also a limited card. Limited card, limited card. Nothing here but limited cards. Limited cards are 99% of the set, and that's the truth. Limited card, limited card. Do you have to hold up mana? Limited card. Does it tap as a sorcery? Limited card. Is it 4 mana or more? Limited card. Is it an instant that requires a creature to be in play and also have even more mana available? Limited card, limited card. If it's situational, limited card, limited card, limited card. If it does what another card does for a little bit more, it's a limited card. Limited, 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 limited card, limited card, limited card. This is your set review for limited cards, limited cards. They all do about the same thing from a standard player's perspective. This is a limited card. 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 Limited, 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 limited. Limited, 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 flash. I wish it weren't flashing so much. Limited card, 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 limited card. The viewership goes down. Limited card, 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 limited card. Case of Gorgon's Kiss. This has a lot of limited, 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 limiter, 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 limiter. Limited, 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 limited card, limited card, limited card, limited, 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 limited card. Complete set review, check. And this is what it takes to get the whole set review under 50 minutes. It is as much analysis as a standard player needs. So that all is going to be like not like the 5 minutes you just watched. It's going to be the way I envision it is the editor is going to like speed it up and make one of those multi-screen things. So it's only like 10 seconds, but I had to record it somewhere. And I could have turned off the stream and not subjected you to that, but you're here for live content, and that content was live. So take it or leave it. If you don't like it, like Rusty, who had to express his opinion like 4 times, you can fuck off. will be here if and when you would like to watch something different. All right. I think we checked all the boxes for that one. I think we got all of the footage we needed. Now I need to make sure I didn't have a muted microphone or something really quick. Hello and welcome back to it. This is They Were a Standard. Is a 5-mana black wrath. More standard analysis. So the complete video will come out. The complete video will probably come out the day of set release, I think, but we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. Imagine that being on a muted mic. Sometimes the computer does weird things. Sometimes it just doesn't record, or it records, but something's missing. Either the video, audio, something gets weird, right? It's very frustrating. Yeah. Like, why did that just happen? I don't know. Ten-hour loop of the limited section. We'll see. No, it's okay. If that's not your cup of tea, trust me. It was like, what was it? Less than 2 minutes of stream? If I'm not doing enough to piss you guys off for 2 minutes out of the like thousands of hours of content I produce, I'm probably not trying hard enough. It happens. It's cool. It's cool. I would be lying if I said it never got to me. I do have a bad relationship with comments overall, but I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'll probably never have a great relationship with comments like that. I'll probably never be able to shrug it off completely, but I've been doing okay. Mm-hmm. Have you ever considered doing a live show where people tell you what their pet card is from the new set and you tell them why it's bad? That does sound fun. Yeah, can I get them to give me money to do that? Do you think that's a reasonable thing? CGB saves your wild cards. It would be easy to tell people why their cards suck. It's a lot harder to find cards that are good. All right, I haven't played any Magic today. I haven't actually wanted to until right about now. Shall I torture them? Or shall I control them? Oh, God, I love Emery so much. But, yeah, we got a ladder to climb, I guess. Let's go get wrecked by Mono Red. Tell me you're not mono red, please, so that this card can be good. I love it so much. Aww. Aw, who dis? Void Rend is a card, eh? Keep Void Rend. When it's not my Void Rend. My goodness, is it nice to be back on my computer. Dude, that Mac was so slow. I was like stunned by how slow it was. 7 cards. Care to counter? You jelly? They're jelly. Perfect. Perfect. I'm stunned by how many of you have been like, why no more gaming in the bathroom? You missed it that much, huh? Well, that was sad. How dare you run solutions to my problems that I present you with? You think they have another dissipate? I mean, this is just, it's not blue-white, right? I mean, they showed us black, but they're running demo field? And they've got a basic planes out? How many basics do you think they have? Oops, all the right answers at the right time. That's nice for you. Smash. No go for the throats, huh? Interesting. Your timing is peculiar. So they must have more basics, right? You wouldn't do that without basics. Okay. Cool. Okay, that explains why they hesitated. That kind of deck? That kind of deck, eh? All right, they just drew that, or they would have played it a turn before. So if they play a land here, that's what they picked up. Yeah. See what we can pick up. Perfect. Care to dissipate? Not this time? Why not? Clearly, you'll have to concede if something resolves. They've had such a hard time with the Restless Anchorage. I think the coast is clear, but let's see what happens. Maybe it is a Void Rend? Okay. That was fun. So I'm guessing they're going to have a lot of board wipes. Still, I think it's worth it to minus. If they tap a good amount of their current mana for a board wipe, then we get to restlessly anchorage them some more. Okay.
Still have much to learn.
What, no dissipate? I was so enjoying those. Okay, 4 cards in hand. Take land. Hello. I think if they had negate, we would have seen it, don't you?
Phyrexia showed me the truth. Flesh will always lose. I will shatter your mind.
There's one of the dissipates. Okay. Get lost. Don't really care about holding up a get lost. Let's see what we can do with more counters here. Lockdown can go. Play another one. We got a lot of work to do. This is obnoxious, but not the worst. They're doing it on their turn. They're tapping out pretty hard. And they're doing it from a place of being behind. They also didn't get a land.
Organic minds easily correct.
See if we can come up with a negate. We cannot. I guess we'll just try to keep the pressure on. Because their win con doesn't seem to be anything. Good old witness the future win con. It's kind of desperate, to be honest. In current meta, you can do better. Okay, Murex as win con, maybe? Okay. Care to counter?
Run away. You'll be safer. Guards, to me.
I guess we see what they've got. Keep the pressure dialed up. I keep expecting go for the throat or cut down. It seems like they're playing black for Legion to Ashes and Sheoldred's Edict. It's kind of weird.
Feel the energy of battle. Then guide
Brilliant.
water. I am almost sad to see you go.
Let's explore. Ooh, shiny. 7 cards. Pass. Okay. Fight for the squad. They do not want to counter this. Maybe they have another lockdown. Okay, they sunfall. Sure. Fine, fine, fine. 1 mana open. You are fodder. The only question is, do you know it?
Until next time, then.
I guess they know
May your
it.
blade strike true.
Yeah, they keep the edict because they want to get rid of the Emperor.
Keep watch for intruders.
Comes in handy, especially against temp lockdown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If this is a 4/4, they have to deal with it. I guess I like that. Actually, hold. Hold. They're on 22 cards. We still have 3 Jaces. Let him go, let it go.
I'll be back.
What you got?
Finally, I'm home.
Let's go up. See if we can get your attention. There you go. All right, 4 mana left. No, I don't want to remove that.
We've got the edge
Okay,
of this
let's
fight.
do this. Keep it coming. Ooh. Ooh, hello. Each non-land permanent, huh? See if we can prompt some action. They still have basics. I mean, they run Demolition Field, so I'm not that surprised. Clear the mana pool. Okay, they don't use it. What you got? Hi.
I'm not overconfident.
Removal.
Just underwhelming.
Removal. Aging removal. Of course. Oh, okay. I'll take that. I will take that. It's expensive play. 20 cards left. I am worried. It would be really nice to find a negate or just another Jace to like really put him against the wall. But like if they have like one Jace in their deck or, you know, some way to nail my library. I feel like we're ahead, but it could get stolen here. I'm not scared of more Witness the Futures. Oh yeah, good for you. It's really an unreliable win con in current climate. There you are. 21 cards.
Is wasted. You cannot win. No secret escapes my grasp.
May your blade strike true.
I think it's the Sunfall. Try to keep the flexibility of the other cards handy. Yeah, go for it. You got 17 cards. Gotta make it good.
I guess
Got another one?
Then.
Can't be countered. Absolute gamer over here.
None of this calculates.
15 cards in deck. Convenient.
Emotions are distractions. Focus on the facts. The knowledge we have, nothing could be more vulnerable than
Ta-da! You thought you could outblue me? There are none that can outblue me. Sometimes I even blew myself. All right. Standard has been blued. Let's go blue brawl. Vanifar card's actually a monster. Ooh, do I keep for witness? My hand does nothing, but I have witness. Can't keep that, right? I mean, I kind of have a paradox engine too. I just have to be willing to go glacially slow. I can't keep it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Too bad. Now, this is actually good. This can stop this card because it activates as a sorcery. So their deck is like a pod deck. They sack a creature, they go get a thing that untaps it, they sack that, they untap it, they sack that, they untap it. They end up getting out like a 6-drop, like a 5 or a 6-drop off of like a 1-drop. That's what makes it good. You have enough elves, Jesus. See if they have a protection. Not yet, they don't. Now our clock is ticking. We gotta win. We are a combo deck. We win with a paradox engine. The way God intended. Just as the good Lord planned. Oh no, you cheater! Oh wait, can't be activated. Yeah, till end of turn, right? Can't be activated for as long as it remains tapped. Never mind. We lost. That is why I almost kept the hand just for the witness protection, but the rest of the hand was so rancid. It was so bad. I just don't think that could possibly be right, but now here we are doing nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. That for sure. This is a tricky one, but they'll probably just mill it anyway. But you never know. I hate this. I hate this so much. It's so lame and boring. But I'll let it at least play a cycle so you see what it does, since the deck doesn't do its thing too often. It's just Simic trash. Alright, if they're gonna rope me for no reason, good riddance. if it's that they're not running the turbo version. They might just not know how to play it. Or they might not want to do it in that situation for some reason. But I agree. I thought they were gonna like turbo out Jin Gitaxis. Kaya. Oops, all removal. Those are the kind of matchups I love playing with Emery. Because killing this commander doesn't usually do much. We just cast it again. Very fun that way. Most of the cards are designed to grind. Do wish I had a 1-mana artifact, but I love this card. Landlord Navigator. Sneaky good card. The timing of it's awkward. If you just run it out on turn 2 and it dies, you didn't do anything, so gotta be a little creative with it. I'll start milling. The sooner the better. Fill that graveyard. That's how we get access to our win con. Fine with me. Splitting the Power Stone. Sack an artifact. I do not want to sack my orb. It's really good. Could sack this though. Any juicy targets? Power Stone, Metamorph. Sack an artifact, create 2 Power Stones, draw. Whoa! Arena? Nice. Alright, do we have land anywhere? You can get the Power Stone. I think I just try to draw into it. That's a Paradox Engine. Let's go. Okay, we didn't draw into it. Nothing to get. Hulk, how you doing? They have to kill the Emery. Don't tell them. I prefer they didn't.
A fight? And you think you can win? Sacrifices must be made.
I do love it when we get them in the spot that they have to kill Emery all the time, though. That's fun. Get him. What you gonna do? Mill. Anything fun to copy with the well land? The cool thing about the well land is if we play it and transform it, you can cast your commander, but turn like a land or an artifact into your commander that doesn't have summoning sickness, and that can let you pop off with Paradox Engine.
We all have things together.
You might get to see that. We'll see what we can do. Kitten? Kitten. Let's see what happens if we draw. Okay. Let's go with you. You. I wonder if I should have cast the Emery there, but I like saving it for sure because it's 1 mana, so we just have to transform the well. Yeah, get in the graveyard. Get him in the graveyard. Thieving Magpie, 1/3 flyer. When it deals damage to an opponent, draw a card. This creates a magpie onto the battlefield at the beginning of your end step if 2 or more artifacts enter the battlefield that turn. That's why it's so cool. Like, these cards can just take over a game on their own. They're 1/3 birds that already have curiosity. They were born curious. I remember when this was a mono blue win con. Yeah. Shut up, Kaya. You're no fun.
Don't overthink things.
The Coven? Alright, they got mana open. What does it mean? Well, guys, is it time? You sneaky devil. Okay. If that's how you want to be. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. Graveyard's really filling up over there.
Drop it.
$36 for me. You think they have nothing? They're just flooded? Not just flooded. What do they got over there? Okay. Reservoir? Don't want that till the end times. Ooh, Relic. How good is Relic? Pretty good. Pretty good card. Nothing else just happened. Hmm. 33 cards, huh? Can we get enough artifacts? I guess that's the question. Let's find out. Good luck! That's good. Go, baby, go. Man, would a legendary be nice, though. It's been in play long enough. The One Ring? I can't believe I'm doing this, but here we are. The One Emery. Step right up, my friend. It's your time to shine. $18 cards. Go, baby, go. Now we have to find our way to the reservoir in enough time, which might be asking too much, but I do have a shortcut down here, don't I? There you are. Come back to daddy. I don't think it matters at that point, but why not? Opponent might as well scoop. It is true. They are defeated. I do not know if they'll realize it. I can't make them do nothing. But they might want to see exactly how the win con plays out, which is their business. They thought they had me. The Heliod's intervention me to the Stone Age. But nothing does to this format what Emery does. It's always Aetherflux. I've played this deck without Aetherflux plenty of times. Aetherflux is the easy one that you can use on mobile. So I don't think, honestly, I don't think you need Aetherflux in the deck. I've definitely used combinations of cards to mill the opponents out plenty of times. I've won other ways, but Aetherflux. Push button, win game with Fishbowl. Ah, I love it. I love those games. If they blink or if they just kind of do give me like that window, we hit it so hard. So hard. Hawk. Let's give him the cat. Who's up for some kitty mayhem? Kilkenny. Smeagol. Helpful guide. Deck go fast. That all care deck do go fast. Nothing matter but go fast. Tempting. Poke. Interesting. I think we'll start here. Tempting. And reveal from top until a land. You get a land's really good in my deck. Neverwinter. I would approve of some Neverwinter here in northern Michigan right now. Attack. Sussy. In response? In response to your in response? I had a feeling that was coming. The great thing about Mythweaver, the great thing about this kitty, it absolutely just keeps like re-ramping. You know what I mean? Like that. None of that, please. Enough. It reminds me of Emery in a weird way, where if you have the right cards like this, you're just waiting. You're just waiting for your opponent to blink. And when one turn goes by where they don't remove your commander, you get them. All right, they have a fully formed ring. All right, if they have instant speed removal, they're okay. If not, busted. Busted. It's only a 28-28. It's fine. What would I do with such a creature? Give it trample the hard way? See, there's a bunch of things you can do with this card once you reach this stage. The easiest way to win is just give it trample. And then you're done. Nice death touch. Busted. Stupid busted. Do you have a Gitrog monster deck as well? I actually don't. I mean, if you're gonna play a lands deck, this is the one that's stupid busted. At least until, you know, they rebalance its queue. Because you can't let this one run around with in regular queue. You know what I mean? Like, what's Omnath gonna do? Let's find out. Let's see if Omnath is up to the challenge. Didn't LVD make Omnath? Maybe it's an LVD Omnath. Could be a decent challenger. Zitalpa! Thank you for the tier 1. And the prime. You're cool. This hand, if it does get to stick a Mythweaver, is brutal. It's just brutal. All right, you. Yeah, we'll put a counter on a Blast Zone. You don't want to play it until you get value off it, because if they remove it, you're going to need to keep casting it. And if they have a counter spell, which they didn't have blue up, so probably not, but if they did, ooh. Ooh. Wilderness Reclamation. Ooh, don't like that. Do not likey. But still no blue mana, right? So this should be fine. This should be fine. Eases in. So it's Gates Omnath instead of Gates Golos. Probably because Golos puts you in a tougher queue. And they actually want to have a chance to have a Maze's End win, which requires them to have 10 or more gates when they activate this ability. Would you put Mythweaver in Soul of Windgrace? If your commander says something something land, then I would put Mythweaver in it, yes. Better be a Wrath. Okay, they still have mana, but it's about to get funky. Yeah. So, the question is, do we go for more or is that greed? That's pretty greed, right? Because we're not going to have the mana to actually use this. So I think we do this. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I had Ulamog in the deck, this will get it. I can't remember if that's still in the deck or not, to be real. I don't know if their gates are gonna get there, guys. It's asking a lot to get there with Maze's End. Even with Wilderness Reclamation. Alright, no Ulamog in the deck right now. Okay, take 10. 10 points. 10 damage. What you doing? What is it? Floating the black mana, got it. I remember what this card does now. Turns unspent mana into black mana that never leaves the mana pool. Sneaky card. Tamio. They hit. They hit on their very first try. Wow. Yeah. Here's a gate. Here's a gate. Here's a gate. Here's a Tail's End. Ooh, Tail's End can counter the Fable Passage. Kind of scares me. Uh-huh. Okay, they convert to 4 green. They still have a blue in the World Tree. Okay. But right now, they don't have it. They only have 1 mana. Phyrexian Reclamation as a use for that black mana. Four ways in hand to give it trample. Well, including top of deck. Let's make some lands. Fire 1! That makes me nervous. I haven't conceded yet. Mm-hmm. What about another hoof? Seek. Hope it's good. Don't think that's gonna help you. Ba-boom. My creatures gain +12 in trample, and I attack your feeble life total of 13. Nasty. We nasty. Oh, keep it coming. It's too much fun, dude. It's too much fun. What? Me, you, me. Can't even play anything. It's too bad. I've got the Kenriths. Hand unwieldy, to say the least. Still got the Kenriths. Never didn't have it. All right, turn up the heat. Well, that's rude. We'll see what you do, though. Nothing cheats like Lotus Cobra. Yeah. Hey, they didn't blow up my my land. Ghost Quarter can target any land, yeah? Yeah. They missed it. Or did they? Just in case. No hesitation. You got land in that hand? Opponent! What are you playing these cards without lands in your hand for? How are you gonna win at Magic? Let me show you how it's done. You hit your land drops, and you go to the moon. Easy. All right, we want some forests. So I'll grab you and you. Take it. Are they gonna hoof me? It's quite the plan you got there. Quite the plan. Raw. Fighter Mott, thank you for gifting a tier 2 sub to Chili Too High. Welcome to the Cool Kids Club on Twitch. You're cool. Right, the fox got a request. Let's see what kind of nonsense we can do. How's your Saturday night, everybody? We chillin'? Rusco, known killer of light paws. That's not good. Take smothering tithe. Sus. Definitely implies they have a counterspell, but they don't play one. They play Ornithopter of Paradise. I'm feeling a little disrespect here for Light Paws. So they have a Mox Amber, or they have a Mishra's Bauble they're saving. No big deal. Who let the kids play with MS Paint again? What the heck is going on? Sun Crash, thank you for the Prime. Wow, they didn't... I thought for sure they'd have a solution to that. Okay. That's it. You call that a plan? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm supposed to do this. Strong. Speaking of, this is how we lose, huh? So I can't seem to draw anything to actually interact with Rusko here. It's a little tilting. No ways to like turn him off. This Aura of Silence is a tad late, but I guess we'll play it. Take 8. Okay, so I guess they're recasting Rusko, which is a way to get more clocks. It's not bad, but it does mean they probably won't interact with Light Paws. We have to draw more auras, though. What a mess. Sacrifice a permanent for plus for flying. Exile it from your graveyard, return aura or equipment card. You're an aura. Return it from the graveyard to the hand. Gorgeous. Wow, you got me. Dude. Rigged. What now? 16? Casual. Fun. Must be nice. Must be good. Thank you for the terrible suggestion. Let me show you what I think of this deck. Let me show you what I think of this. That's what I think. Dead. Out of my life forever. Play Rusco. Now Rusco, that's a deck with some class. By class, I mean doesn't roll over and die to players with a pulse. Freaking aggro mages. You don't understand. Wow, this hand is... What the hell? The hell is this? This is insane. Are you kidding right now? I've never had a hand like this. Ever. I've never had a hand where I had two pieces. Wow, you sure showed me. Two mana open. Seems pretty good. I guess we try to grind. We'll have to go back and watch the set review. You can also watch the video version that'll come out on YouTube soon. Like, probably on release day. Yeah, show me your instant speed removal skills. What a master. What a master of the universe we have here. Okay, let's see if we can untap with any of this. When it enters the battlefield, until your next turn, creatures your opponent control attack each combat if able. Okay. Interesting. Do I risk it? I mean, with an unearth in hand, I risk it, yeah? Let's go. That's right, we did a limited set review. Everybody was really impressed with it. Zero negative comments. Oh no, it's Omnixless, the adversary.
Notions of morality. You work for me now, Runt Power. Your punishment is my entertainment.
Oh baby. Oh baby. How many of you know how this deck works? Anybody in chat familiar with this particular brand of nonsense? Yeah, it makes so many creatures. Ah, I love Paradox. You love Paradox. If we didn't have Paradox, we'd be lame. It's only until you get the Tovalar. Now you have another legendary that does the thing. Yeah, I guess I have to do that. Look, Ma! Infinite! We did it! You're the best at magic. Clicking your cards and casting spells. You're the best at magic. And it's like, but how do they win? Well, I'll show you. I got all the time in the world. Oh, if only Paradox Engine were still legal in EDH, then I could really have no friends. Okay with having no friends if it's on the internet. I wasn't gonna socialize anyway. And I got you guys, I got all of you. Right? You guys still love me even if I'm a degenerate Paradox Engine machine. Right? Right? You guys wouldn't abandon me. Might if this keeps going, I'll save you time. It will. I can save you time. It's fine. I just got a new follower. Crypto Hydra just followed. Crypto Hydra will take your place. Because this is a channel for the strong, the brave, the people who Paradox Engine all night and all day without remorse for their opponents and their pathetic little feelings. Yeah. Quest complete. Cast 30 blue or black spells. Now do you understand? There was a greater purpose. There truly was a greater purpose. I gotta get up the bundles. I gotta get my murders bundles before I can't get them no more. Bundle, bundle, bundle. Bundle, bundle, bundle. Bundle, bundle, bundle. I don't know which of these I'm supposed to buy, to be honest. Which one is right for me? The Kaya Pass bundle. Pre-order Murders at Karlov Manor today and receive the following items on February 6th. The Set Mastery Pass, a Kaya card, and a Kaya style. You got all three? The Lord Sephiroth on Twitch? You bought all three? Absolute mad lad. Well, I have to buy all three then too. I can't let Lord Sephiroth bully me. Okay, I clicked the button and nothing happened. Oh, I remember. This has been happening lately. Like, I click the button and nothing happens. Dude. I'm scared to hit it twice. And the button doesn't do nothing. If I go over here, does it do something? Go now. Nothing. I guess I'm gonna have to do it on my iPad. I asked them to fix that and they asked for a screenshot. What do you want? A screenshot of your store? Click. Okay, somebody take a screenshot of the glitch. Have you got it? Have you got it? Somebody got it? Okay, I'm sure they'll be able to tell what's wrong. All right. Well, that's enough streaming content for today. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. We did the set review. We got the footage. There will be a video version later. I hope that you enjoyed what there is to enjoy. You know what I mean? I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching this stream. As all... I didn't mean to do that. Not done yet. As always, I will see you in the next stream. Wherever you are, however many times you untap your permanence with Paradox Engine, however many times you mill your opponents with Jace. Oh, they might curse you. They might hate you. They might despise you. But I want you to know you are cool.